today's class, Bombones for Beginners, English and Spanish.
Bienvenidos a mi clase, Bombones para Principiantes, Español e Inglés.
We are going to start with PDF. You have PDF that I sent you. So I will ask you to open it. I'm going to be going through this PDF. So if you can follow along just via materials that I sent you, it will be great.
Abran su documento PDF que les mandé porque voy a explicar todo lo que sale ahí.
Okay, so we are going to start with a short introduction of equipment and ingredients that we are using typically for making bonbons.
Vamos a empezar con una introducción a los utensilios e ingredientes que normalmente usamos para bombones.
First and most basic thing is a polycarbonate molds.
Lo más básico es el molde de policarbonato.
We are using polycarbonate molds, not the silicone ones, not the plastic ones, because polycarbonate is the only material that will give you great results and shine every single time.
Usamos molde de policarbonato y no de plástico porque es el único material que te da la brillez que necesitas.
I'm using polycarbonate molds from a brand name Chocolate World.
La marca del molde es Chocolate World.
On my opinion, they are the best quality, so I can be sure of my end results every single time. But there are other brands on the market, so if you haven't some other brand, just go for them. Whatever is available to you, just make sure that it's polycarbonate.
Yo personalmente prefiero esta marca porque encuentro que es la de mejor calidad y la que siempre me sirve, pero si no lo encuentran en su país, prueben con otros moldes.
So today in the class we are using 3 types of polycarbonate molds. Hi!
Hoy día usaremos 3 tipos de moldes.
All the molds has a different shapes and sizes of the cavities inside.
Cada molde tiene distintos tipos de porte.
Our first one that we are using, it's half a sphere, like pretty much shallow one, and with very wide open round cavities.
El primer molde es el molde de chocolate semiesférico.
Second one is a similar one, also half a spheres, but they are a bit deeper.
El segundo molde es el molde de chocolate cono.
And the third one is cocoa bean mold, also very open and nice cavities.
El tercer molde es el molde de chocolate grano de cacao.
Why I chose these molds? Because I believe that those types of shapes are great to start with.
¿Por qué elegí estos moldes? Porque creo que este tipo de molde es el que da mejor resultados.
They're easy to work with, easy to clean, and you can do a lot of different designs using those types of molds.
Son fáciles de usar y fáciles de limpiar y son moldes que te dan la oportunidad de trabajar con muchos chocolates.
Also something that couple of examples what type of shapes I can recommend to start with.
Esto es un ejemplo de la forma de chocolate que pueden usar.
Heart shape is also nice and open and easy to work with.
La forma de corazón también es muy fácil de trabajar.
Or my mold, the taster, also has a very open cavities, so you will be able to clean and work with it easily.
Mi molde, que también es muy fácil de usar y limpiar.
So basically, any kind of molds that has open cavities with not a lot of different texture inside will be great to start with.
Cualquier tipo de molde amplio y abierto que no tenga mucha textura dentro es fácil de usar.
And on the other hand, you have some other types of molds, like this one for instance. It's like triangles with a lot of corners in them.
Este es un tipo de molde que tiene muchas texturas, un triángulo.
They are of course also made for chocolate, but to begin with it will be a bit difficult to work with them. A bit more difficult to paint them, to clean them, and to tap out your chocolates in the end.
Este molde para un principiante es muy difícil porque tiene muchas cavidades y es difícil de usar y limpiar.
Also, here's one example of mold that I don't recommend you to start with, because it has a flat surface here and a lot of texture inside.
Este es un molde que no recomiendo para un principiante porque tienes mucha textura alrededor.
Big chance that cocoa butter will be stuck somewhere inside, so of course it's possible to work with it, but maybe with a little bit more of experience.
Lo más seguro es que la manteca de cacao se va a pegar al molde, por eso no lo recomiendo.
And this one also, it looks like it's kind of quite an open mold, but because it has a flat surfaces, you're gonna end up with release marks on your bonbons.
Este tampoco lo recomiendo porque la manteca se va a pegar al final del molde.
So I'm not disencouraging you to ever use those molds. Of course you can, if you like them, go for it. But on my personal experience, it's nice to start with something simpler.
No estoy diciendo que no usen estos moldes, simplemente que no los recomiendo para principiantes porque son muy difíciles de pintar y de limpiar.
Yeah. We are going to talk about how to handle them, clean them, and polish them a bit later.
Más adelante les voy a explicar cómo usarlo y cómo limpiarlos.
Now let's talk about colors. So for coloring our bonbons, we are using cocoa butter that has color in it.
Ahora vamos a hablar de los colores, la manteca de cacao con color.
There are two main types you can get. It's pre-colored cocoa butter that usually come in bottles.
Este es un tipo de manteca de cacao con color.
It is regular cocoa butter that has been colored for us by a manufacturer.
Es un tipo de manteca de cacao que ha sido teñida por la empresa.
Second option is to get pure cocoa butter and to color it yourself.
La segunda opción es usar manteca de cacao y teñirla tú mismo.
Cocoa butter that we get in the bottles, it's easier to use in the sense that it's already been colored for us. You can get it in many different colors, even like a red one. I have 3 different types.
La manteca de cacao con color es fácil de usar ya que ha sido teñida previamente.
Yeah. But downside to it that it's pretty expensive, and not every single time you will get the texture that is necessary, very nice to work with.
Lo malo es que tienden a ser caras y no es seguro que vas a tener la textura adecuada.
I think cocoa butter from Chocolate World has a great texture and is easy to work with, the same with Roxy and Rich.
Creo que la manteca de cacao con color de esta marca es muy fácil de usar.
So if you prefer to work with pre-colored cocoa butters, you can of course go for it. There will be no difference in the way how we prepare our cocoa butter. If it is the one that we colored ourselves or it is the one that we bought already pre-colored.
Si quieren usar manteca de cacao con color, yo lo recomiendo. Es fácil de usar.
When it comes for coloring cocoa butter yourself, you start with getting just a pure cocoa butter.
Si van a teñir la manteca de cacao ustedes mismos, tienen que empezar con manteca de cacao pura.
So it looks just like that.
Así es.
You can find it in like big bulks like this one or in small drops like pellets.
La pueden comprar grande como esta o pequeñas pellets.
But as soon as it's just a pure cocoa butter, it doesn't matter what shape it has.
Como es manteca de cacao pura, no importa la forma que tenga.
To color our pure cocoa butter, we need colorants.
Para teñir la manteca de cacao pura necesitamos colorantes.
First thing to look at when you're looking for colorants for your cocoa butter is that you need to go for fat-soluble colors.
Lo primero que tienes que tener en cuenta es que tiene que ser un colorante liposoluble.
Colors are divided in general, colorants are in general divided by water-soluble and fat-soluble. Water-soluble can be can color water-based substances.
Tenemos dos. Uno es liposoluble en agua, que es para teñir chocolate al agua.
And fat-soluble, of course, they can cover fat-based substances as our cocoa butter.
Y en grasa, como va a ser con nuestros chocolates.
Second thing, I will suggest you to go for powdered colorants.
Yo recomiendo colorante liposoluble en polvo.
Like those ones.
Como este.
Yeah, this one I have from Rocks and Reach. It's Canadian brand. It's quite good.
Esta es una marca canadiense, Rocks and Reach.
Yeah, so why powders? Colorants can be gel, liquid, or powdered. So I suggest to use powdered ones because they are pure colorants.
Yo recomiendo colorante liposoluble en polvo porque es el más puro.
Gel and liquid colorants, they already have something added to the colorant.
Gel y líquido ya tienen algo en el colorante.
Yeah. Mostly it's glycerin. So we don't want to add anything to our cocoa butter other than colorant. It just won't work the same way. So I suggest to stick with the powdered colorants because they will give you best results with your cocoa butter.
Normalmente esos tipos de colorantes tienen glucosa, por eso no lo recomiendo. Lo único que quieres en el colorante es que sea puro, por eso recomiendo en polvo.
They're also gonna give some more texture to our cocoa butter because cocoa butter, it's very liquid when we're working with it. So to avoid it being too liquid, we are adding texture by adding colorants.
El colorante en polvo también agrega textura porque normalmente la manteca de cacao es muy líquida y el polvo le da más textura.
So different shades and colors, everything that you can, every color that you can imagine, you can find as a powdered one.
Hay muchos tipos de colores, así que el color que ustedes deseen lo pueden encontrar en polvo.
In your PDF, there are a couple of suggestions of brands that I'm using, but you can go with different brands. I mean, whatever is available in your market and it's made for chocolate, then just use it. It's going to be fine.
En el PDF yo di algunas recomendaciones de las marcas que yo uso, pero usen cualquier marca que ustedes puedan encontrar en su país.
Also, it's possible to use sparkling powders. They usually come in these small containers.
También se puede usar colorante en polvo, como este brillante.
And they look like that.
Así se ve.
It's also possible to add it to our cocoa butter to have sparkling cocoa butter.
También se le puede agregar a la manteca de cacao para darle un tono más brillante.
They also exist in pre-colored versions like this bronze one from Chocolate World. It's also just a cocoa butter colored with sparkling powder.
También lo pueden encontrar de esta forma, que ya está previamente teñido.
Okay, cocoa butter we talked about. Chocolate for molding.
Ahora chocolate.
For molding our bonbons, we are using chocolate with 3 to 4 drops fluidity.
Para chocolates para bombones moldeados vamos a usar chocolate con fluidez media alta, de 3 a 5 gotas.
Fluidity is usually marked here on the packaging as a drops.
Ahí pueden ver la fluidez del chocolate.
It simply means that more drops your chocolate has, more fluid it is. It means that it has more cocoa butter and it's going to be more liquid when you're working with it.
Las gotas significan que mientras más gotas tenga es más fluido y eso significa que tiene manteca de cacao y va a ser más fácil usarlo.
So 3 to 4 drops, like medium to medium high fluidity, will be perfect for you to work with.
Fluidez media alta de 3 a 5 gotas es la fluidez perfecta que necesitas.
I use usually Callebaut chocolate for molding because it's high quality couverture, and it also doesn't have very distinct taste, so it doesn't interfere with the taste of my filling.
Yo uso chocolate belga Callebaut porque es de alta calidad y el sabor no es tan fuerte.
So it is possible to mold with white, milk, dark chocolate, or ruby. It depends on how you want your bonbons to taste and look like.
También pueden usar chocolate blanco, negro con leche o rubí. Depende de cómo quieren que sus chocolates se vean.
I prefer to mold with a dark chocolate because it's the most stable chocolate. It is the easiest chocolate to work with, and it has a lot of resistance to temperature changes, transportation damages, and stuff like that.
Yo prefiero el chocolate negro porque es el más fácil de usar y con el que tiene más alta calidad. Si sé que al transportarlo no se va a quebrar.
But you can, of course, do exactly what we are doing today, but use a different type of chocolate, whatever more suits your taste.
Pueden usar cualquier tipo de chocolate que quieran, el que más les gusta a ustedes.
For ganaches and for fillings, I usually use cacao barri chocolate.
Para el relleno y para los ganaches, yo uso este tipo de chocolate, cacao barri.
It's also possible to mold with cacao barri. It's just, on my opinion, it doesn't make a lot of sense because it's much more expensive chocolate and it also has very distinct taste, so it can interfere with the taste of your filling.
También se puede usar este chocolate para moldear bombones, pero no lo recomiendo porque es un chocolate caro, por eso lo prefiero usar en el relleno.
So if you have other brands, Valerona or something like that available in your market, go for it. Use it, just make sure that it's a couverture chocolate and it's made for professional use.
Si quieres usar otro tipo de chocolate, Valrhona o cualquier otro que encuentres en tu país, úsalo, solo preocúpate de que sea un chocolate para usar para chocolates moldeados.
So today for molding I'm using chocolate, it's called 2815. It's a dark chocolate from Callebaut and it has a 4-drop fluidity.
Hoy día voy a usar este chocolate 2815 con 4 gotas.
So I like to work with a bit higher fluidity. It allows me to create a bit thinner shells and it also stays more liquid for a longer time.
Prefiero este chocolate porque es más líquido y fluido y más fácil para usar.
If you have chocolate, for instance, with a 3-drop fluidity, you can add just a little bit of pure cocoa butter to your chocolate and you will increase your fluidity.
Si tienen un chocolate de 3 gotas, pueden agregar manteca de cacao pura para hacerlo más fluido.
But if you're molding with a white chocolate, you need to have medium fluidity of 3 drops because white chocolate is very liquid to begin with, so it will be very, very difficult to work with chocolate with 4 or 5 drops fluidity if in case of white.
Si estás usando chocolate blanco, tiene que ser un chocolate de 3 gotas, porque el chocolate blanco es mucho más líquido que el chocolate negro.
Next, infrared thermometer. Infrared thermometer measures the temperature of surface with laser.
Termómetro infrarrojo es para medir la temperatura de la superficie.
It is very, very useful when you're working with the chocolate because you can measure temperatures immediately.
Es muy fácil de usar para chocolates porque puedes medir la temperatura en el momento.
You don't have to go for, on my opinion, you don't have to go for something made especially for chocolatiers, very expensive. I got mine in a hardware store and it's working fine, it's measuring temperature precisely and it's not a very expensive one.
No necesitan comprar un infrarrojo para chocolate, puede ser cualquier marca.
Next one will be metal scrapers for chocolate. They come in different shapes.
Este es un raspador metálico.
Also, ones that I'm using now are from Chocolate World, but you can also get them in a regular store, hardware store, where you buy supplies for construction work and get one there.
Yo estoy usando la marca Chocolate World, pero ustedes pueden usar cualquier marca el que encuentren.
So what you need to look for is that your scraper is larger than your mold, like that.
Cuando compren uno, se tienen que fijar que tiene que ser más grande que tu molde.
Because if it is small, you are risking of scratching your cavities inside.
Porque si es más chico que tu molde, arriesgan a rayar tu chocolate.
So it always has to be a bit larger than your mold so you can clean it without risking of damaging it.
Por eso siempre tiene que ser más grande que tu molde para no arriesgar a arruinar tu chocolate.
When it comes to which shape to choose, it's up to you, whatever feel more comfortable.
La forma no importa, depende cuál te guste a ti.
My favorite ones are those two.
Estas dos son mis favoritas.
This is a bit thinner one and a smaller one, so I usually use it for cleaning a surface.
Este lo uso para limpiar la superficie.
This one is a taller one, and I usually use it for tempering chocolate on a table because it's tall, so my fingers won't get dirty with the chocolate.
Este es grande y lo uso para temperar el chocolate, porque así mis dedos no se ensucian con el chocolate.
So both options works. Depending on what feels more comfortable to you, you can decide for yourself.
Las dos opciones sirven, así que depende cuál te gusta más a ti.
Next one is immersion blender. I have one from brand called Bombones, but you can use honestly any immersion blender.
Esta es la batidora de mano, yo uso la marca Bombones, pero ustedes pueden usar cualquier marca que tengan.
I like this one because it doesn't have a cup around the blades here, so it doesn't bring in a lot of bubbles into whatever I'm emulsifying with it.
Yo prefiero esta marca porque esta no me da burbujas al mezclar los canales.
Yes. Next one is heat gun or hair dryer. I have a heat gun.
Esta es una pistola de calor, pero también pueden usar un secador de pelo.
You can use a regular hair dryer. It's gonna be repeat the name. It's called Bombones. You have it in your PDF when it comes to immersion blender. So heat gun produces hotter air, but you can also use a regular hair dryer. It also will work just fine.
La pistola de calor da un calor más fuerte, pero si no la tienen también pueden usar un secador de pelo.
With heat gun you will work faster because it produces hotter air quicker.
Con una pistola de calor van a trabajar más rápido porque el calor es más potente.
But when you're just starting with the bonbons and you want to figure out if it is something for you or not, you don't have to go and buy a lot of things. Use something that you can already have at home. You can get other things later when you will decide that, okay, I want to do chocolate.
Pero si están recién empezando y son principiantes, no es necesario que compren todos los utensilios ahora, sino que usen lo que tengan en casa.
Microwave oven we have over there, very important when you're working with the chocolate, for melting cocoa butter.
El microondas es muy importante para trabajar con chocolate porque así pueden derretir el chocolate.
Stone tabletop. I have here stone tabletop. I have there. Stone is great when you're working with the chocolate because it maintains a cold temperature.
Encimera de mármol, yo tengo una aquí y es muy importante para trabajar con chocolate porque mantiene la temperatura.
And by cold temperature, I mean your room temperature.
Y cuando me refiero a temperatura, me refiero a la temperatura ambiente.
So, our room is 20 degrees right now, and our table is 20 degrees as well.
Mi lugar es de 20 grados y mi encimera también.
Room temperature is very important when you're working with the chocolate.
La temperatura ambiente es muy importante cuando trabajan con chocolate.
It can be from 18 to 22 degrees Celsius.
Puede ser entre los 18 a los 22 grados.
For me personally, 18 is a bit too cold.
Yo creo que 18 es muy frío.
I like working with the chocolate when my room is 20, 21, 21 and a half, something like that.
Yo personalmente prefiero cuando es 20, 21 grados.
It's cold enough for my chocolate to crystallize.
Es frío para que mi chocolate se cristalice.
and not too cold, because if it is too cold, chocolate will be crystallizing very, very quickly and you can run into troubles with it.
Pero no tan frío que mi chocolate se va a cristalizar muy rápido.
For instance, you're molding your bonbons and you're tapping your chocolate out, and since it's very cold, it's crystallizing inside your mold and you end up with the bonbons with a very, very thick shells.
Porque al moldear el chocolate, si está muy fría la habitación, el chocolate va a ser muy grueso.
So when you're working with the chocolate, temperature is very important. Your room temperature, your table temperature, your mold temperature.
Por eso la temperatura es muy importante, la temperatura ambiente, la temperatura de tu molde y de tu encimera.
Also, timing is very important. You need to work fast.
El tiempo también, tienen que trabajar rápido.
And you need to give chocolate time it is required to crystallize.
Y también le tienen que dar el tiempo al chocolate para que cristalice.
I'm gonna tell you all about this timelines that you need to have, so we're gonna have all this information during the class.
Voy a explicar todo paso a paso cuando lo hagamos.
Plastic bowls and containers, it is something to keep your cocoa butter in.
Los recipientes y envases de plástico es para mantener la manteca de cacao.
Once you colored your cocoa butter, I always transfer it to a plastic container.
Cuando ya hayan teñido la manteca de cacao, la transfiero a un envase de plástico.
Like this one.
Como este.
It is microwave safe food plastic, so I can heat it in a microwave without being worried that something can go wrong with it.
Este puede ir al microondas, por eso no me preocupo si se derrite.
And it has a tight lid that will prevent any moisture going to my cocoa butter when I'm storing it.
Y tiene una tapa, por eso no entra humedad a la manteca de cacao.
The same with this one, it's just a different shape.
Lo mismo que este, solamente otro tipo.
Even with a pre-colored cocoa butter, I don't like using it from a bottle. It is very impractical for me personally. So I always melt it and pour it into this cup.
Incluso la manteca de cacao teñida que viene en envase, prefiero transferirla a un envase plástico yo misma.
Because every single cocoa butter we need to temper before we can start working with it.
Porque con la manteca de cacao tenemos que temperarla antes de empezar a trabajar con ella.
And with the methods that I'm going to be showing you today, it will be very challenging to temper it inside this bottle.
Y con el método que te voy a enseñar hoy día es muy difícil temperarlo dentro del envase.
And when you have cocoa butter in a container, it's easy to work with it, it's easy to pour it in and out and to dip your pencils, pens, sponges, whatever you're working with.
Por eso al trabajar con un envase yo misma es mucho más fácil, es más grande y tengo más espacio para trabajar.
So today I'm giving and showing way of working that I apply to myself.
Hoy día les voy a mostrar cómo yo trabajo.
It is absolutely up to you to decide if it is the best way to work for you personally, or you would like to arrange your work in a slightly different way.
Ustedes pueden decidir cómo quieren trabajar, si quieren hacerlo como yo lo hago o de alguna forma distinta.
So I'm showing a method that works and that I'm using, and you can always, and you're very welcome, test it and decide for yourself if it is something that feels comfortable for you personally.
Yo les voy a mostrar cómo yo trabajo, qué es lo que a mí me acomoda, pero ustedes pueden decidir cómo les acomoda a ustedes.
Now we are moving to interesting things, airbrushes.
Ahora los aerógrafos.
So it is, you don't have to use airbrush to make shiny bonbons.
No necesitan aerógrafo para hacer un bombón brillante.
Today we are going to be using a brush, we are going to be using finger, and it's just a different type of applying your cocoa butter.
Hoy vamos a usar pinceles, el dedo, hay muchas distintas formas de cómo hacerlo.
Advantage of airbrush, it allows you to work a bit faster, and it also allows you to cover your mold with a very thin layer of cocoa butter.
La ventaja de trabajar con aerógrafo es que es mucho más rápido y te da una capa mucho más ligera.
So the most basic airbrush and the most widely used airbrush, it's such a small airbrush.
Este es el aerógrafo más común de usar.
Mine is from a brand called Sparmax.
El mío es de una marca Sparmax.
It has 0.5 millimeter nozzle.
Tiene una boquilla de 0,5 milímetros.
On my opinion, it is the best size of a nozzle.
En mi opinión es el mejor porte.
It can be smaller, it can be larger. Smaller, 0.3, on my opinion, is way too small. It will take too long for you to color your mold.
Si usan una boquilla más chica, 0.3, es muy difícil porque se van a demorar más en usarla.
A larger one will, of course, allow more color to go out, so you won't be able to spray some fine details.
Una boquilla más grande va a usar más cacao, más chocolate, pero no van a poder poner atención a los detalles.
So 0.5 for me is optimal one, because you work relatively fast and you can also paint some smaller details.
Para mí la boquilla 0.5 es la mejor porque pueden trabajar rápido, pero a la misma vez preocuparse de los detalles.
Typically, those airbrushes are double action.
Normalmente los aerógrafos son de doble acción.
Double action, it means that you have trigger here on top.
Significa que tiene un trigger arriba.
By pushing a trigger, you release pressure from compressor into your airbrush.
Al presionarlo significa que pueden usarlo al apretarlo.
Mm-hmm. You want me to rephrase it?
Yeah.
When you're pressing a trigger,
Cuando lo presionan,
air from compressor is coming in.
el aire del compresor sube, entra,
Mm-hmm. So air is coming from your airbrush.
y el aire sale por el aerógrafo.
Mm-hmm. When you pull trigger, pull it back, color from your cup is also entering the airbrush.
Cuando tiran el aerógrafo, también el color entra.
So by pushing and pulling, you control how much air is coming into your airbrush and how much color is coming out from your airbrush.
Al presionar pueden controlar cuánto color y presión entra en tu aerógrafo.
So with one finger, you can control how much paint is going out into your mold.
Entonces con solo el dedo pueden controlar la presión.
Also, it has a cup for color. It can be on top, it can be on the side. I prefer on the side because I can adjust its position if I need to.
También tienen esto para el color. Yo lo prefiero en este lado porque así puedo controlar.
Yeah, if you are looking for your first airbrush, go for something like that. It doesn't have to be Sparmax, but it can be some other brand, but with the same kind of dimensions to it.
Si van a comprar un aerógrafo por primera vez, yo recomiendo este porque es fácil de usar.
If you want to move a bit forward, you can get something like that. It's called Ivata. It's something in between of airbrush and the spray gun.
Si quieren algo más especializado, yo recomiendo este, Sparmax.
It also has 0.5 millimeter nozzle,
También tiene una boquilla de 0,5 milímetros,
but it has a larger paint container,
pero el container es mucho más grande, de color.
and because of different constructions, it will give more color.
Y va a dar mucho más color.
So you won't be able to do some precise painting with this one.
No será posible hacer un pintado más preciso,
But if you need to work faster and you need to color your mold with one color, this one will allow you to do that.
pero si quieren trabajar rápido, este aerógrafo te ayuda en eso.
And when you're gonna move, when you need to color a lot of molds at once, you're going to something like that. It's already a spray gun.
Y si quieren colorear muchos moldes a la misma vez, recomiendo esto.
Yeah, it's also from Ivata.
También es de Ivata.
Also, different brands are there. Ivata and the Sparmax, it's one brand actually. They seem to be the best on the market, and I'm very happy with them. But others are there as well.
Ivata y Fatman son la misma, pero hay muchas marcas, pero estas son las que yo recomiendo.
And of course, when we are working with airbrushes, we need compressor.
Y cuando trabajamos con aerógrafo necesitamos el compresor.
Compressor can be the smaller one. This is the one called TimberTech.
Este compresor es el TimberTech.
It is my first compressor.
Este fue mi primer compresor.
It's fun to work with. It will allow you to work with a smaller airbrush like this one.
Con este puedes trabajar con un aerógrafo más pequeño.
It won't have enough of power to work with a larger airbrush like this one.
No es lo suficientemente potente para trabajar con un aerógrafo grande.
Important thing to look for is air tank.
Lo más importante es el filtro de aire.
Because it will compress some air inside it and it will give you a more smooth flow when you're working with it.
Porque tiene más aire en el tanque y lo que te ayuda a hacer un brillo mejor.
Just a little one like this one without air tank unfortunately won't be enough for you to work with the airbrush.
Si tiene un estanque muy chico no será lo suficiente para trabajar.
Cocoa butter is quite sticky, solid, so it needs a lot of pressure to be sprayed out from your airbrush.
La manteca de cacao es pegajosa, por eso necesita mucha presión para salir.
You need 3 to 4 bars pressure steady when you're working with a cocoa butter and airbrush.
Necesitan de 3 a 4 bars para trabajar con manteca de cacao.
So that's why this option I think is the smallest compressor you can get that you will be able to work with the airbrush.
Por eso este es el compresor más chico que pueden encontrar, pero que a la misma vez les va a ayudar para trabajar.
When you're going to be ready to move to the next level, or actually you can do it right away.
Cuando quieren hacer algo más grande pueden usar este.
You can go for a larger compressor like this one.
Este es un compresor mucho más grande.
It's called Stanley Fatmax.
Se llama Stanley Fatmax.
But there are different brands with the same type of performance.
Pero hay muchas distintas marcas que todos te dan los mismos resultados.
It also has an air container, but a larger one.
También tiene un filtro de aire, pero es mucho más grande.
It is definitely more powerful and larger.
Este es más grande y potente.
It gives you steady pressure of 8 bars.
Te da una presión de 3 bares.
We don't need that much when we're working with the airbrush. So here we can adjust how much pressure we're letting out to our airbrush.
Aquí podemos elegir cuánta presión necesitamos.
So 3 to 4 bars, it's a good pressure to work with.
De 3 a 4 bares es la presión que necesitan.
Yeah, but with this one you won't have any problems at all. You can connect larger airbrush, you can connect smaller one. It's all gonna work.
Con este no tendrán ningún problema, pueden usar boquillas grandes o chicas, no les va a dar ningún problema.
Of course, you will need to have holes to connect your airbrush to your compressor.
Van a necesitar manguera para conectar la boquilla.
One thing I want to recommend you is to go for a silent compressor. It's called silent compressor.
Yo les recomiendo un compresor silencioso.
This one has 59 decibels.
Este tiene 59 decibeles.
So it is not very loud.
Así que no es muy ruidoso.
A regular compressor, not a silent model, will be very loud.
Los compresores normales son muy fuertes. Hacen mucho ruido.
So, to keep your ears safe, go for a silent compressor.
Así que yo recomiendo uno silencioso.
We are gonna switch it on so it will be ready for us when we are gonna start using it.
Lo voy a prender ahora para que esté listo para cuando empecemos.
So you can hear that it's pretty quiet. We can even talk while it's working.
Y ahora ustedes pueden escuchar que es silencioso, podemos trabajar mientras está haciendo ruido.
Uh, yes, I see we have some question in Q&A. Can you see?
Sí, yeah, I see.
What?
The question says, good morning, how can we clean the airbrush?
How can we clean airbrush? Usually, you use warm water and dishwashing soap, just a regular detergent.
Usen agua caliente y detergente normal.
You pour hot water in your airbrush and you spray it out so it will clean your system from inside.
Tienen que poner agua caliente y tienen que usar el spray para limpiar.
If it is very dirty inside, you disassemble it.
Si está muy sucio, lo tienen que desarmar.
I have actually video in my Instagram on how to take it apart and how to put it back when you're cleaning it.
En mi Instagram tengo un video donde explico cómo desarmarlo.
So basically you take needle out, you take everything what you can screw off your airbrush and you wash it with a soap and hot water.
Así tienen que desarmarlo y sacar todas las partes y limpiarlas con agua.
But you don't have to do it when you're just changing the colors while you're working.
Pero no lo tienen que hacer mientras están trabajando con el chocolate.
We will see how to change the colors when we are going to start working with it.
Yo les voy a mostrar cómo lo hago cuando cambio de chocolate.
Alright. A bit more about molds. There are different approaches how to clean your molds.
There are distintas formas de cómo limpiar tu molde.
Some chefs are saying that you should not wash them, never.
Algunos chefs dicen que no tienen que lavarlos.
Can be true. For some, I tried and I didn't like it.
Es verdad, pero algunos moldes no sirven.
I prefer to wash them every single time I'm starting new bonbon.
Yo prefiero lavarlos cada vez que termino y empiezo con uno nuevo.
I like when they're very clean on the surface.
Me gusta cuando están limpios a los lados.
It also gives some sanitation when I'm cleaning them. I'm killing some bacteria that can be there.
Al lavarlo estoy segura de que está sanitizado.
When I'm done cleaning them, I'm always storing them like that, face to face, so no dust is coming inside the cavities.
Cuando termino de limpiar, los pongo uno al lado del otro para que no entre polvo.
Yeah, so when you're done working with your mold, you tap your bonbons and you start washing it.
Oh, sorry, can you repeat?
When you're done working with your bonbons, you tap them out and you start washing it.
Cuando terminan con los bombones, los dan vuelta y empiezan con los nuevos.
Option number 1, you take soft sponge,
La opción número 1 es una esponja suave,
warm water,
agua caliente
and just a regular detergent
y detergente normal.
yeah. And you, with a very soft sponge, you clean the surface, you clean every single cavity, and then you rinse it with water.
Y con una esponja suave limpian toda la superficie, los lados y las cavidades.
So what you need to look for that there is nothing left in your cavities,
Se tienen que fijar que no haya nada en las cavidades.
and they are been perfectly clean and there is no sign of grease anywhere.
Y que están totalmente limpios y cero grasa.
Because cocoa butter and chocolate, it is grease, and it will be reflected on your next batch if you want to clean them out perfectly.
Porque por la manteca de cacao y el chocolate te va a dar grasa. Por eso se tienen que fijar que no haya nada de grasa.
So you're done cleaning it and you leave it to dry out.
Cuando terminen de limpiarlo, tienen que dejar que se seque solo.
Option number 2.
La opción número 2.
You rinse off surface of your mold
Lavan la superficie del molde
and place it in a dishwasher.
y la ponen dentro del lavavajillas.
Dishwasher, I use dishwasher method. I do a program of 60 degrees Celsius for 1 hour.
Yo uso lavavajillas y uso un programa de 60 grados.
Can be with a dishwashing tablet, can be without, depends on how dirty your molds are.
Pueden usar detergente o no, depende de qué tan sucio esté tu molde.
I wouldn't recommend higher temperature in your dishwasher.
No recomiendo una temperatura muy alta.
50 to 60 degrees is more than enough to clean out your molds.
50 a 60 grados es más que suficiente para limpiar tu molde.
So, if I, for instance, need to clean just one mold, I will do it by hand.
Si solo necesito limpiar un molde, lo hago a mano.
If I need to clean a lot, I will do it in the dishwasher.
Si tengo muchos moldes, lo hago en el lavavajillas.
So, in dishwasher, we don't ever dry it there, we just wash it there.
So, no los secamos en el lavavajillas, solamente los lavamos.
So, it doesn't matter how you washed it by hand on a dishwasher, you end up with a wet mold.
Porque si lo secan en la lavavajilla va a terminar mojado.
Two options. Either you leave it to dry out by itself.
Dos opciones, lo pueden dejar que se seque solo.
When it will dry out, small drops of water that has been left in the cavities will also dry out.
Si dejan que se seque solo, algunas gotas de agua se van a secar.
Leaving a small marks after them.
Dejando marcas en el molde.
So that's why we are starting to polish. We are taking a very soft cloth.
Por eso usamos un paño.
And polishing every single cavity to make sure that all those watermarks are gone.
Para limpiar cualquier residuo de agua.
And since we washed our mold, we don't have to polish it with alcohol or anything like that.
Y como lavamos nuestro molde, no necesitamos usar alcohol.
Polishing with alcohol is just to take off grease.
Limpiarlo con alcohol es solo para limpiar la grasa.
We don't have any grease left because we washed it with a soap, so there is no need for polishing with alcohol.
No tenemos grasa porque lo lavé con detergente.
Only thing is just dry cloth and getting rid of all the small marks.
Lo único que necesitan es un paño para limpiar cualquier tipo de mancha.
Option number 2, if you don't want to polish your molds like I do,
Opción número 2, si no quieres usar un paño,
while your mold is still wet,
mientras tu molde está mojado,
you are taking your airbrush or spray gun
usas tu aerógrafo
and just blowing clean air into every single cavity.
y usas aire para secarlo.
By blowing cold air from your airbrush, you are blowing out all the water that has been left in your cavities.
Al usar aire frío, vas a secar cualquier tipo de gotas de agua.
If your mold stays wet outside on the surface, it doesn't matter at all.
Si tu molde está mojado a los lados, no importa.
The most important is that we blew out all the water so there is nothing to left marks in our cavities.
Lo más importante es que esté seco adentro, el molde adentro de la cavidad.
So therefore, when the rest of the mold has been dried out by itself, I don't need to polish it. It's already clean.
Por eso cuando lo limpio no necesito usar un paño porque ya está limpio.
You can visually inspect it and see, okay, maybe somewhere I missed some spot and you can polish it out. But in general, it's not necessary.
Puedes usar tus ojos para verificar que esté seco.
Polishing by itself doesn't give you more shine.
Limpiarlo con un paño no significa que vas a tener más brillo.
Polishing is only meant to make your molds clean. That's it.
Solo significa que tu molde tiene que estar limpio.
Yeah. So you can choose whatever way is better for you. I'm using dishwasher and blowing out air with airbrush or spray gun.
Así que puedes usar la forma que más te conviene. Yo uso lavavajillas y aire.
Okay. So also our molds, when we're working with them, should be the same temperatures of room temperature. So around 18, 20, 22 degrees.
La temperatura de tu molde tiene que ser la misma temperatura ambiente, 20-21 grados.
Mine are 21 right now, which is fine. So don't warm them up. Don't grab them with your hands until they are warm. They should be cool.
Mi molde está a 21 grados, que es la temperatura perfecta, así que no los calienten con sus manos.
Storage room temperature, when our bonbons will be done, or when we are going to fill them with a ganache, they usually need 12 hours to crystallize. So good temperature for that period of time is below 18 degrees.
La temperatura de almacenamiento tiene que ser menos de 18 grados.
So it can be cold room, wine cooler,
Puede ser una pieza fría o donde guardan los vinos.
or it also can be just a regular refrigerator.
O también puede ser el refrigerador.
But in case of refrigerator, it's important to remember that refrigerator has a lot of moisture in it.
Pero si usan el refrigerador, tienen que tener en cuenta que hay mucha humedad en el refrigerador.
Our chocolate, it has ability to absorb this moisture.
El chocolate absorbe la humedad.
So if we are using refrigerator to cool down or to store our finished or in a process of doing our bonbons,
Si usan el refrigerador para almacenamiento o mientras hacen el chocolate,
we need to isolate it from a fridge. So what I will usually do is to take a plastic container with a tight lid.
tienen que poner el molde dentro de un plástico, de un contenedor de plástico.
So I put my mold inside this plastic container, I cover the lid and place it into refrigerator.
Así que yo pongo mi molde dentro de un envase de plástico con una tapa.
So that way they are getting cooled in the refrigerator, but they're not exposed to all the moisture that it has.
Porque así se mantiene frío, pero no está expuesto a la humedad del refrigerador.
So it is important thing to keep in mind.
Así que es algo muy importante.
Okay, we are moving to coloring of cocoa butter.
Ahora vamos a teñir la manteca de cacao.
We are gonna color cocoa butter together just to show you how it's done when we are coloring just a pure cocoa butter.
Ahora les voy a mostrar cómo teñir la manteca de cacao pura.
I prefer to work with the cocoa butter that I color myself.
Yo prefiero teñir la manteca yo misma.
I also worked with the pre-colored ones, but ones that I do myself, I'm usually more happy with them.
Yo también uso colorantes teñidos, pero yo personalmente prefiero teñirlo yo misma.
I can control, I always can control its texture, density of the color.
Porque así puede controlar la textura y el color que quiera.
So we are gonna do one color together, so you will see that it's not complicated or anything like that.
Así que ahora les voy a mostrar cómo colorear uno para que vean que no es tan difícil.
So we are starting with warming up our cocoa butter.
Vamos a calentar nuestra manteca de cacao pura.
I have it in a saucepan.
La tengo en una cacerola.
It is the fastest way to warm up cocoa butter.
Es el modo más rápido de calentar la manteca de cacao.
Also can be done in microwave.
También pueden usar el microondas.
If you are warming up your cocoa butter colored or pure,
Si quieren teñir la manteca de cacao.
you are placing your container with the cocoa butter to the microwave.
Ponen la manteca de cacao en su envase en el microondas.
And you start heating it up with the 30-second impulses.
Y lo calientan cada 30 segundos.
So you heat it for 30 seconds, take it out, stir, put it back.
Lo calientan por 30 segundos, lo sacan, lo revuelven y lo ponen de vuelta.
And you continue doing it until you will reach 50 to 55 degrees Celsius.
Y lo hacen hasta que tenga una temperatura de 50 grados.
And this is what I usually do when I'm preparing my already colored cocoa butter. I put it in a micro, I warm it up until I will reach right temperature, and after I will temper it.
Esto es lo que yo normalmente hago cuando uso manteca de cacao teñida. Lo hago en el microondas cada 30 segundos y voy viendo la temperatura.
So for coloring of cocoa butter, we are going to use powdered colorant.
Para teñir la manteca de cacao pura voy a usar colorante en polvo
In a 1 to 10 ratio.
en 1 a 10.
It is page number 4.
Pueden ver la página número 4. Ahí explico cómo teñir la manteca de cacao.
So it means that for 100 grams of cocoa butter, we are going to need 10 grams of colorant.
Significa que por 100 gramos de manteca de cacao usan 10 gramos de colorante.
100 grams of cocoa butter is a nice amount. It's easy to work with and not too much.
Es una buena proporción porque no es mucho.
Of course, you can color how much cocoa butter you want.
Obviamente si quieren más color pueden usar más.
I usually do 100 grams at a time.
Yo normalmente hago 100 gramos.
So we warming up and melting our cocoa butter. So now, as you can see, it's liquid like water.
Ahora derretimos la manteca de cacao, casi como líquida, casi como agua.
Just put the camera down. This ratio 1 to 10 will give you nice and dense color.
Esta proporción 1 a 10 te va a dar un color bien muy denso.
If you want to have more transparent colors, use a smaller ratio.
Si quieren un color más transparente, tienen que usar una proporción más baja.
Add 5 grams of colorant to 100 grams of cocoa butter, for example.
Podría ser 100 gramos de colorante a 100 gramos de manteca de cacao.
But if you want to have dense colors, use this ratio.
Pero si quieren un color más fuerte, usen esta proporción.
Don't use more than that. It won't give you better density, but it will already be way too much of a colorant.
No usen más que esta proporción porque sería mucho.
So I'm adding 10 grams. It looks like a lot because this powder is very, very light.
Ahora estoy añadiendo 10 gramos de colorante. Parece mucho, pero es porque el polvo es muy ligero.
So we are doing black color now.
Ahora estoy usando un color negro.
So our cocoa butter is melted and is 50 to 55 degrees.
La manteca de cacao está derretida entre 50 y 55 grados.
We are adding colorant
Y ahora usamos el colorante.
and starting to process it with immersion blender.
Y ahora lo voy a mezclar con la batidora de mano.
The same ratio applies to every single color.
Es la misma proporción para cualquier tipo de color.
With interesting subject is white color. For white color, we're usually using titanium dioxide.
Para el color blanco normalmente usamos titanio dioxide.
Yeah, titanium dioxide.
Titanium,
Yeah. E171. It's E number 171. I'm just going to show it.
Este es el color blanco. Cuando necesitan colorear blanco, tienen que usar este.
Yes. Titanium dioxide E171.
El número es E171.
Since New Year, titanium is banned in EU countries.
Desde el año nuevo, este color ya no se puede usar en países europeos.
I'm still using it when I need it.
Yo todavía lo uso cuando lo necesito.
I'm not selling my bonbons. It's not forbidden everywhere, so it's relevant for some of my students to see how it works.
No en todos los países esto funciona, así que ustedes todavía lo pueden usar.
So for titanium dioxide, we use the same ratio. We put it in a cocoa butter and process it with immersion blender.
Para este color blanco es la misma proporción.
If you are in EU and you cannot use titanium dioxide, the alternative is calcium carbonate.
Y si estás en un país europeo y no puedes usar este color, la alternativa es... I will have to look it up.
Yeah.
Calcium
Carbonate. It's E70 is its number.
El número es E70.
Maybe we can Google Translate it to see. You will do it on your phone, okay? Yeah. Small technical detail. We need to translate calcium carbonate. So it's basically just a regular chalk. It spells with a C.
Calcium carbonate.
Mhm.
Let's see, it says carbonato de calcio.
Yeah. Just a regular chalk. Yeah. Dióxido de titanio y carbonato de calcio. Yes.
Yeah.
It's correct. Thank you.
Carbonato de calcio. Yeah.
Calcium carbonate won't give you the same bright white color,
Carbonato de calcio no te va a dar el mismo color blanco,
but it will work.
pero funciona.
It's a little bit yellowish,
Es un poco amarillo
and the downside to it is that it's very transparent.
y es muy transparente.
So what I usually do, I have 100 grams of cocoa butter and 10 grams of calcium carbonate.
So, lo que normalmente hago, tengo 10 gramos de manteca de cacao y 10 gramos de carbonato de calcio
And I add 30 grams of white chocolate
y agrego 30 gramos de chocolate blanco
to give texture and to make it a bit less transparent.
para darle textura y menos transparente.
Other than that, I work with it exactly the same way how I will work with the rest of cocoa butters.
Pero lo uso de la misma forma que cualquier tipo de manteca de cacao.
So we are going to be using both today, titanium and calcium.
Hoy día usaremos los dos, dióxido de titanio y carbonato de calcio.
Now we are finishing our black color. I'm just processing it with immersion blender.
Ahora voy a mezclar el color negro.
Okay, so we end up with a very nice deep black color.
So, ahora tenemos un color muy intenso negro.
And you can process it a bit longer with immersion blender.
Si quieren los pueden mezclar por más tiempo.
You need to look that your color has been dispensed in your cocoa butter and you have a nice dense color.
Se tienen que fijar que su color esté bien denso.
If you have some small particles left that hasn't been incorporated with your cocoa butter, you can always use just a coffee filter to filter it out.
Si no todo se mezcló bien, pueden usar un filtro de café para filtrarlo.
Yeah, so our colored cocoa butter is actually ready.
Ahora nuestra manteca de cacao con color está lista.
If you are not using it right away, you just cover it and store it.
Si no lo van a usar ahora, los pueden tapar y almacenar.
You can store it under 18 degrees Celsius or even room temperature will be fine.
Lo pueden dejar a temperatura ambiente o menos 18 grados.
If you need to use it right away, we will have to temper it.
Si lo quieren usar ahora mismo, tienen que atemperarlo.
And one more little theoretical part about tempering before we will start our practical part.
Un poco más de información sobre el atemperado.
All the chocolate and cocoa butter that we are buying is already tempered.
Todo el chocolate que compramos ya está atemperado.
By tempered, it means that it has been preconditioned by a manufacturer to have a stable Form 5 crystal.
Atemperado significa que ya está... que ya...
Okay, I will say it in a different way. Cocoa butter we have in a chocolate and we have just a pure cocoa butter.
La manteca de cacao que tenemos pura o en chocolate.
Cocoa butter can have 5 different types of crystals in it.
La manteca de cacao tiene 5 distintos tipos de cristales.
Depends how it has been treated after it's been melted.
Depende cómo se ha usado después que se ha derretido.
But only one form will give us right texture, feeling, and texture and feeling of cocoa butter and the chocolate.
Pero solo una forma nos va a dar la textura correcta.
So when we are talking about tempering our chocolate and cocoa butter,
Así que cuando hablamos de temperar el chocolate con cocoa, con manteca de cacao,
we are actually talking about obtaining crystals of form number 5.
estamos hablando de adquirir cristales número 4.
The most stable crystals that we can have.
Los cristales más estables.
So when we are buying chocolate and cocoa butter, it has already crystals of form number 5 in it.
Así que cuando compramos manteca de cacao, estamos hablando que ya tiene cristales número 5.
Problem is that when we need to start working with the chocolate and cocoa butter, we need to melt it.
El problema es cuando tenemos que trabajar con la manteca de cacao, tenemos que derretirla.
Whenever we are raising the temperature of chocolate and cocoa butter over 34 degrees Celsius,
Y cuando la temperatura es más de 34 grados,
we are melting down all the stable crystals.
derretimos todos los cristales estables.
So once we go over 34 degrees, our chocolate and cocoa butter isn't tempered anymore.
Así que cuando es más de 34 grados, nuestro chocolate ya no está temperado.
So if I'm gonna leave our cocoa butter that we heated to 50 degrees,
Así que si uso esta manteca de cacao que derretí,
if I'm gonna leave it just here on the table, it will crystallize at some point,
así que si solo lo dejo en la mesa se va a cristalizar,
but it won't be stable.
pero no será estable.
It will be melting in my hands.
Se va a derretir en mis manos,
It will be blooming, so fat will be separating and going on the surface.
va a tener escarcha de grasa
And in case of our bonbons, it will be stuck in the mold.
y en los bombones se va a pegar en el molde.
That's why after we melt our cocoa butter and the chocolate, we need to form these crystals of a right shape, of a right form. We need to get them back into our cocoa butter.
Por eso después de derretir la manteca de cacao tenemos que formar los cristales.
In a case of cocoa butter, it's very simple to do it. We just need to cool it down rapidly to 27 degrees.
Con la manteca de cacao es muy fácil, lo único que tenemos que hacer es enfriarlo a 27 grados.
There are different ways how to do it. Some chefs are placing a cup with a cocoa butter, melted one, on their ice cold surface and stirring it until it will cool down.
Hay distintas formas de hacerlo. Algunos chefs ponen la manteca de cacao derretida en una encimera fría y lo revuelven.
Some chefs will put it in a bowl with ice cold water.
Otros chefs lo ponen en un envase con agua muy fría.
Some will place it in a freezer.
Otros lo van a poner en el congelador.
All of this method work depends on what is more preferable to you personally.
Todos estos métodos funcionan, así que depende de cuál te funcione a ti, cuál te guste más a ti.
I'm a big fan of classic method of tempering on a stone.
Yo prefiero el modo clásico, que es usando una encimera.
So I temper my cocoa butter on stone as well.
Así que aquí es donde atempero mi chocolate.
Of course, most obvious option is just to pour our cocoa butter directly on the table, cool it down, scrape it back.
Lo más obvio es poner en la encimera y usar el raspador.
Do you want some water, Maria? You have. So not to put color directly on our table, I'm using just plastic wrap.
Para no poner el color directo en la encimera, estoy usando un film de plástico.
And I'm pouring my color on top.
Y pongo mi color encima.
So, classic method, coldness of my stone table will cool down my cocoa butter.
En el modo clásico, mi encimera está fría y esto es lo que va a enfriar la manteca de cacao.
What I like about it, that I'm able to cool my cocoa butter very, very quickly because it's spread on a large surface.
Este método me gusta porque se enfría rápido.
Like for instance, in a cup, it will take longer time because surface is very small.
En un envase se va a demorar más porque es muy chico.
So here I can do it very, very quickly. So I need to go below 27 degrees Celsius.
Ahora se tiene que enfriar a menos de 27 grados.
Also, it's possible to do it with pastry bag.
También lo pueden usar con una manga. Una manga pastelera.
I will take. Oh, pastry bag escaped. So you take just a large pastry bag.
Pueden usar una manga pastelera grande.
Like this one.
Como esta.
Pour your cocoa butter in it.
Ponen su manteca de cacao dentro.
And place flat on the table.
Y la ponen encima de la mesa.
Because surface is very large, it will cool down quickly.
Porque es muy grande, entonces así se va a enfriar rápido.
Flip it, cool it from another side.
Lo dan vuelta y usan el otro lado.
When your temperature reaches 27 degrees Celsius, you just squeeze it back into your container.
Cuando la temperatura está a menos de 27 grados, lo ponen de vuelta a su envase.
The same here, is just here you can also move it around with a spatula.
En el método que hago yo también lo puedes mover con la espátula.
So it's going very fast. It is 24.5 now. It's not necessary to go that low. It's just because we are talking. We are not paying attention.
Ahora se enfrió muy rápido. No tiene que ser tan frío, solo que ahora como estamos hablando, se enfrió más rápido.
So basically what we need to do, we need to place it back to a container.
Y ahora lo ponemos de vuelta al envase.
And our cocoa butter is tempered.
Y nuestra manteca de cacao ya está temperada.
To start working with it, we will have to warm it up a little bit.
Para trabajar con esta manteca de cacao la voy a tener que calentar un poquito.
Because once our cocoa butter has been tempered, it will start crystallizing or getting hard very, very quickly.
Porque una vez que nuestra manteca de cacao está temperada, va a empezar a cristalizarse.
To slow down this process a little bit, we need to raise the temperature.
Para demorar esto un poco, voy a tener que subir la temperatura.
Working temperature for cocoa butter is 28-30 degrees.
La temperatura ideal de trabajo es 27 a 30 grados.
Warm it with a heat gun or hair dryer, just applying hot air to the surface.
Caliéntalo usando el secador de pelo.
Don't overdo it, because if you're gonna go above 34 degrees Celsius, you will have to temper it once again.
No calientes por mucho tiempo, porque porque si se calienta a más de 30 grados, vas a tener que temperarlo de nuevo.
So go somewhere between 28 and 30 degrees.
Tiene que ser entre 28 a 30 grados.
It doesn't want to show me right temperature. Okay, so it's 28 now, which is fine. We can start working with it.
Ahora tiene una temperatura de 28 grados, lo que es perfecto para usar.
You can always check, and you should check, how good was your tempering.
Siempre debes verificar que también fue tu temperado.
I prefer to put a thin layer on a table.
Yo prefiero poner un poquito en la encimera.
Also, it's possible just to put a little bit on a spoon, knife, whatever you have.
O también puedes usar un cuchillo o una cuchara.
So you see, now it's glossy.
Ahora es brillante.
We are placing it to refrigerator for just 1 minute.
La vamos a dejar en el refrigerador por 1 minuto.
And what are we looking for? We are looking for signs of crystallization.
Y lo que esperamos ver es signos de cristalización.
It means that your cocoa butter will start getting matte.
Significa que la manteca de cacao se va a poner opaca.
Matte and firm.
Opaca y firme.
When I'm looking under angle, I can see light reflecting from the small piece of cocoa butter.
A este ángulo puedo ver luz reflejada en la manteca de cacao.
So I'm looking that it's starting to get matte first on the edges.
Así que estoy esperando a que se ponga opaca.
I can already touch it just on the edges.
Ya lo puedo tocar.
And this process should start immediately.
Este proceso debería ser inmediato.
If it hasn't started in a minute or two, it means that your tempering wasn't good and you need to start to do it again.
Si no se pone opaca de inmediato, significa que tu atemperado no estuvo bien y lo tienes que hacer de nuevo.
Your cocoa butter has to start crystallizing very, very fast if it has been tempered correctly.
Tu manteca de cacao se tiene que cristalizar súper rápido si está bien hecho el atemperado.
Even the one that we just put in the fridge is already getting matte.
El que está en el refrigerador ya se está poniendo opaco.
It's starting to get matte slowly. So always check, at least at the beginning, how your tempering was.
Siempre tienes que verificar cómo fue tu atemperado.
While we are working with our cocoa butter, we need to maintain its temperature between 28 and 30.
Tenemos que mantener la temperatura de la manteca de cacao de entre 28 a 30 grados.
How we can do it?
¿Cómo lo hacemos?
We can warm it with a heat gun time to time.
Podemos usar un secador de pelo.
Or we can use some appliances, something like melting kettle.
O podemos usar esta máquina de chocolate.
It's like chafing dish. Melting kettle.
Okay.
Yeah, melting kettle for chocolate.
Para derretir chocolate. Una máquina para derretir chocolate.
It can something that can maintain temperature of 30 degrees.
Mantiene la temperatura de 30 grados.
It can be a machine for making yogurts.
Puede ser una máquina para hacer yogur.
It can be oven like I have.
Puede ser el horno como lo tengo yo ahora.
My oven can maintain a temperature of 30 degrees Celsius precisely. That's why after tempering all my colors, I just keep them there.
Mi horno mantiene una temperatura de 30 grados, por eso mantengo toda mi manteca de cacao ahí.
Or we can use our microwave. After we've been using a microwave for warm up the colors, it maintains some heat. So after we're done, we can just place it back into microwave without switching it on.
O la podemos dejar en el microondas después que hayamos usado el microondas, sin prender el microondas, solo para mantener el calor adentro.
So, different options. Easiest one, of course, is time to heat it with a heat gun, but something that will allow you to maintain this temperature, not to let your cocoa butter to crystallize.
Hay distintos métodos, como el secador de pelo, el horno. Tiene que buscar uno que mantenga la manteca de cacao a la misma temperatura.
Yes. Okay, now we are starting our practical part, and we are gonna start with the mold number 1433. It is a design that we have on a page, I don't know what page.
9.
Yeah, 9.
Vamos a empezar con la sección práctica y es el molde de la página 9.
We have a small disaster here. Okay, so for this design we are going to use just a regular brush.
Para este diseño vamos a usar un pincel común.
And we are going to be applying our color in an even pattern just on the edges in the mold like that.
Y voy a usar el pincel para pintar las cavidades adentro.
Okay, we have one question about tempering. Let's finish the subject with the cocoa butter. So below what temperature do we need to retemper the cocoa butter?
¿Abajo qué temperatura tenemos que volver a temperar el chocolate?
Yeah.
La manteca de cacao.
Yeah, it is a good question. We need to retemper our cocoa butter when it got solid.
Tenemos que volver a temperar nuestra manteca de cacao cuando se pone duro.
So
cuando es sólido.
When it's not liquid anymore,
cuando ya no está líquido.
then you will have to melt it again and temper it again.
Ahí tendrás que derretirlo de nuevo y temperarlo de nuevo.
So we will see it with the colors. I'm gonna leave out one color on the table, so we will see the moment when you will have to retemper it.
Yo les voy a mostrar con un color para que vean cuándo es el momento que tienen que volver a temperar.
Okay, we are starting with the bronze color. It's a cocoa butter colored with bronze sparkling dust.
Vamos a empezar con el color bronce, es manteca de cacao pura que yo teñí con color bronce.
All the cocoa butters that are colored with the sparkling powders, they have a tendency that cocoa butter is separated from a sparkling powder. So every time before using it, you need to stir it.
Normalmente cuando usan colorante brillante se tiende a separar la grasa, así que siempre tienen que batirlo antes de usarlo.
All the colored cocoa butters, I already tempered before the class, so they're all tempered.
Todos los colorantes que voy a usar ahora yo ya los atemperé antes de la clase.
So, temper it exactly the same way like I showed to you.
Tienen que temperarlo de la misma forma que les acabo de mostrar.
Okay. Now I will come closer to you and show you everything. Alright. So we are taking a little bit of our tempered color
Vamos a hacer un poco de color atemperado
on our brush
en nuestro pincel
and starting to apply it in a circular move.
y agrega de una forma circular.
You don't need to try to do it evenly.
No es necesario que sea todo igual.
Beauty of this type of design is that every single bonbon will be very individual.
Lo lindo de esta forma de hacerlo es que todos los bombones van a ser distintos.
When we are doing designs with couple of different colors,
Cuando hacemos diseños de distintos colores,
we are always starting with darker color.
siempre empezamos con el color oscuro.
So if we have black, green and white,
Si tienes negro, verde y blanco,
we will start with black,
empezamos con el negro.
continue with green and finish up with white.
Siguiente el verde y terminas con el blanco.
If we are having sparkling colors, like with the sparkling powders,
Si usamos colorantes brillantes como este,
we can start with them before dark color,
empezamos con estos brillantes antes de los colores oscuros.
because they usually look good on a dark background.
Porque normalmente se ven bien con un fondo negro.
If we are molding with a dark chocolate,
Si usamos chocolate negro,
we will have to, as a last layer, always to apply white colored cocoa butter.
siempre terminamos con el chocolate blanco.
Because
¿Por qué?
all the colors, except of like black and sparkling ones, they need a light background, so they will be able to stand out. They will be visible.
Porque normalmente todos los colores excepto del negro necesitan un fondo.
If background is dark, like we just molded with dark chocolate, so colors like green, yellow, orange, they just simply won't be visible.
Si hacemos un fondo negro y usamos colores brillantes, no se van a ver.
So that's why we need to apply white color as a background if we are molding with a dark chocolate.
Por eso tenemos que usar un color blanco como fondo si usamos chocolate negro.
If you're molding with a white chocolate, of course you don't have to do it.
Si quieres usar chocolate blanco, entonces no necesitas hacerlo.
So, since our cocoa butter has been tempered, as you can see here, when we first started, cocoa butter has already become matte. It means that it has crystallized.
Como mi manteca de cacao está temperada, ya puedes ver que se está poniendo opaca.
We can start applying next color
Y ahora podemos empezar con el siguiente color.
only when the first color has been crystallized, so the two colors won't emerge.
Solo puedes usar el siguiente color cuando el primer color ya sea cristalizado, para que no se junten.
It is if we want all the colors to be individual and stand out from each other.
Si quieren que todos los colores se vean individuales y brillen por sí mismos.
If we want to mix them, merge them like we're gonna do in the next design, then we don't need to wait for this crystallization.
Si quieren mezclar los colores juntos, como lo haremos en el siguiente molde, no tienen que esperar.
I'm gonna leave out this cocoa butter here, so we will see point when it has to be retempered.
Voy a dejar esta manteca de cacao afuera para que se cristalice y así mostrarles cuándo tengo que volver a temperarlo.
Mold, after we colored it, we can just leave it on the table and wait for a first layer to crystallize.
Ahora voy a dejar el molde a temperaturamente para que se cristalice.
And we are ready with the second layer.
Y ahora va la segunda capa.
32 degrees is my cocoa butter now.
La manteca de cacao está a 32 grados.
It is fine. Most important that it's not higher than 34.
Está bien, lo más importante es que no esté duro, no esté denso.
So I can be sure that my cocoa butter is tempered and nothing happened to it. Okay, now I'm taking a slightly larger brush. For this design, I prefer brushes with the long hairs.
Para este diseño voy a usar un pincel más grande, con dedos más grandes.
Brushes that I'm using are synthetic.
Mi pincel es sintético.
I wouldn't recommend to use natural brushes with natural hair for food products.
Yo no recomiendo pinceles naturales para cuando trabajan con comida.
Of course, you wash them and sanitize them before you use.
Lo tienen que limpiar y sanitizar antes de usar.
And we are starting to apply brown color.
Y ahora estoy aplicando el color marrón.
So brown is a darker color, that's why it goes before our next beige color.
El marrón es un color oscuro.
It's the same. We are not trying to cover a mold perfectly. We are just covering it in a circle movements, trying to have a little bit of color everywhere, but in imperfect way.
No estoy tratando de pintar todo, sino de una forma imperfecta para que se vean los colores.
If you would decide to add a bit more color later on, you can always add it.
Si quieren usar más, después pueden usar más color.
Wait for it to crystallize and add a bit more.
Una vez que se seque, pueden aplicar más color.
So I'm gonna quickly finish it off, and this color also has been tempered previously to the glass, so it's crystallizing very quickly.
Voy a terminar de pintar, ya que esta manteca de cacao está temperada, así que se está cristalizando muy rápido.
The same technique can be applied for many different colors.
Esta técnica se usa para muchos colores.
Just choose some colors that gonna be contrasting to each other.
Usen colores que se vean bien.
Like for instance, black, blue and baby blue.
Colores que funcionan podrían ser negro, azul, celeste.
Green, orange and yellow.
Verde, naranjo, amarillo.
Red, pink, white.
Rojo, rosa, blanco.
And always start with a darker color.
Y siempre empieza con un color oscuro.
So here's the same. First ones already getting crystallized. You can even see those are matte, those are still glossy.
Ya pueden ver que los colores que pinté ya se están cristalizando.
So we are waiting for it to crystallize, and we are gonna put our beige color. Beige is a very light color, so we will apply it instead of white.
Ahora, mientras se cristaliza, voy a esperar en usar el color beige.
also have been tempered.
Este también ya ha sido atemperado previamente.
And we will start using it. Temperature is 30.9.
La temperatura 30 grados.
Okay, and this is the last color, kind of base color, so we are trying to apply it in all cavity.
Este es el último color, la última capa, la capa de fondo, así que con este voy a tratar de pintar lo más posible.
Try not to put too much color because we don't want too much food colorants. We just want a nice thin layer that will give beautiful colors without being too much of it.
Trata de no usar tanto colorante, solo queremos una capa fina.
Colors that I'm using today are synthetic, but it's also possible to use natural colors. I also use them, it just they are less bright as the synthetic ones.
Hoy estoy usando colores sintéticos, también puedes usar colores naturales, pero tienden a no ser tan brillantes como los colores no naturales.
Yeah, so if you will be working with natural colors, exactly the same what we are doing, no changes at all. It's just different type of colors that you will be using.
Si usan colores naturales, tienen que hacer exactamente lo mismo que hacemos hoy.
Nowadays there are more and more natural options available on the market, so you can definitely go for it.
En estos tiempos hay una gran cantidad de colores naturales, así que si los quieren usar, pueden usarlos.
And after you are done working with, after you are done painting your mold, you just leave it, your table in your room, far from any kind of heat-producing appliances.
Una vez que termines de pintar tu molde, tienes que dejarlo a temperatura ambiente, pero lejos de alguna máquina con calor.
And let it set and wait until we are gonna mold it.
Y dejarlo que se cristalice hasta que estemos listos.
You can also color your molds, but don't mold them right away. Mold with chocolate.
You can also what?
Color it, but don't mold with the chocolate at the same day.
Pueden usar chocolate, pero no pueden desmoldar el mismo día.
So you can just color it like that and leave it aside. But important thing will be to keep it under 18 degrees Celsius.
Una vez que está listo, lo pueden dejar a temperatura ambiente, pero no más de 18 grados.
For me, maximum that I kept my molds painted but without chocolate was 3 days.
Lo máximo que he dejado mi molde pintado sin chocolate es 3 días.
I was afraid to do it for a long time, but then I didn't have time to put chocolate at all, so I just said, okay, I'm gonna experiment. And 3 days it was absolutely fine.
Estaba asustada al principio, pero no tenía tiempo de poner el chocolate, así que solo dejé mis moldes pintados por 3 días y no pasó nada.
We always need to clean the surface of our mold, so it will be clean here, no colors.
Siempre tenemos que limpiar la superficie del molde para que no haya color.
Because when we are going to be molding it with a chocolate, any kind of color left here will cause us problems.
Porque cuando vamos a moldear con el chocolate, cualquier tipo de residuo de colorante va a quedar en el chocolate.
Okay, so this is done. We are just putting it aside and it will be waiting for its turn to be molded.
Está listo, así que lo voy a dejar a un lado.
Our next one will be half spheres. It's page 10, right?
Yeah. El próximo molde es el molde de chocolate semiesfera de la página 10.
Okay, so cocoa butter that we left here on the table is 27.8. Now it's still liquid, so it's still possible to warm it a bit and continue working with it. So we are going to continue our experiment.
La manteca de cacao que dejé a un lado todavía está caliente a 27 grados, así que todavía es posible usarlo.
So for our next bonbon, we need two colors. We need golden and red.
Para nuestro próximo bombón vamos a usar el color rojo y dorado.
Here, point will be to mix two colors already inside the mold.
Acá la idea es mezclar los dos colores dentro del molde.
If you have seen in my Instagram page some of the bonbons, when you can see two colors emerging, it's going to be the same technique that we are going to do right now.
Ahora les voy a mostrar la técnica que uso en los bombones que ustedes pueden ver en mi Instagram, donde los dos colores están mezclados.
My golden color is at 30 degrees right now.
Mi color dorado está a 30 grados.
I'm going to warm it just a little bit because it's getting a bit thick.
Lo voy a calentar un poquito porque se está endureciendo.
Yeah, 32.4.
Está a 32 grados.
So we are ready to work. And red one,
Y el rojo.
30.9, but it looks fine. There also, sorry, colors depending on which color cocoa butter has. It can act differently with temperatures.
La temperatura depende de la manteca de cacao.
So at the same temperature, red color will be liquid when golden color will be more solid.
A la misma temperatura, a 30 grados, el color rojo va a ser más líquido que el color dorado.
Okay, so for this design you need to have no fingernails.
Para este diseño no pueden tener las uñas largas.
Yeah, it has to be very short, otherwise you will scratch your mold.
Porque si no van a rayar el molde.
Applying a bit of red color with our finger on one side, just like
Aplica un
that.
poco de rojo con tu dedo.
We're gonna do it in a 3 cavities right away. Don't do it more than 3, otherwise it will crystallize too
No
quickly.
pinten más de 3 cavidades a la vez porque si no se va a cristalizar.
Turn around and applying golden color here on another side.
Dalo vuelta y ahora aplica color dorado.
And then carefully create a nice pattern. We are starting to merge two colors in the middle, leaving one side red, one side golden, and mixed in the middle.
Con mucho cuidado ahora tienen que mezclar los dos colores, pero a la misma vez dejar un lado rojo y un lado dorado.
So also works nice with contrasting colors like black and light purple.
También funciona muy bien con colores como negro y púrpura, morado,
Brown and yellow,
marrón y amarillo,
green and yellow. So something that has contrast to each other.
verde y amarillo también funcionan muy bien.
Yeah. So like that we are creating. If you want to add a bit more of color, you don't. Before it got crystallized, you can add a bit more.
Si quieres agregar más color, tienes que hacerlo antes que cristalice.
Okay. I'm quite fond of this primitive finger painting techniques. I think it's very simple to do and it looks very nice and individual every single time.
Me gusta mucho esta técnica de pintado porque es simple y se ve muy bien.
So I'm just gonna quickly finish the rest. Also try not to put too much of a color inside your cavity. It's never pleasant to have too much of a colorant.
No agreguen mucha pintura porque nunca se ve muy bien.
Also for paint and bonbons, you can use sponges like that, sponges on a stick. So you apply a bit of color in a sponge and you leave it like that inside your cavity.
También pueden usar esponjas como esta, donde pintan la esponja y así pueden pintar los moldes.
So there are a lot of options how to color your bonbons without using an airbrush.
Hay muchas técnicas, muchos métodos de cómo pueden pintar sus moldes sin usar un aerógrafo.
And there are upsides and downsides to both. I mean, with the airbrush, you have very thin layer and very even colors. Without it, you can do a very nice looking individual designs.
Hay ventajas y desventajas de usar el aerógrafo. La ventaja del aerógrafo es que es una capa muy lisa y muy fina.
Here also start with applying darker color.
Aquí siempre tienes que empezar con el color oscuro.
If you have black and white, for instance, start with black.
Si tienen negro y blanco, siempre empiezan con el negro.
Okay, so I'm gonna just quickly finish those, and after we are applying white color here.
Voy a terminar rápidamente estos y después viene el color blanco.
We are going to use titanium dioxide now.
Ahora vamos a usar el dióxido de titanio.
Doesn't matter, you can use calcium carbonate, you can use titanium. With the titanium, it's gonna be, you will have more brighter colors.
No importa si usan dióxido de titanio o carbonato de calcio, la diferencia es que el dióxido de titanio es más blanco, es más claro.
Yeah, with calcium carbonate it won't be as bright, but it will work.
Con el carbonato de calcio no va a ser tan claro, tan blanco, pero funciona igual.
With the finger you can also do this kind of circular move.
Con el dedo también puedes hacer un diseño circular, moviendo tu dedo.
Just don't overdo it, so your colors will be just blend together and that's it.
Pero no mezcles mucho, es solo para mezclar los colores. Así.
Okay. So doing just a couple of more and we are done. Do you have?
Someone asked. Someone's asking when the molds are painted, how do you keep them when they're just painted?
When you're finished painting your molds, if you're planning to cover them with the chocolate the same day, I just put it on a side like that, somewhere in the room, away from any heat-producing appliances, and they're just standing.
Si quieren almacenar los moldes pintados sin chocolate, solo los tienen que dejar a temperatura ambiente, no más de 18 grados, y lejos de alguna máquina o algo que dé calor.
If I'm not planning to mold them with the chocolate today,
si no quiero moldearlos con chocolate hoy,
I will place them somewhere where temperature is below 18 degrees, low moisture, and no direct sunlight.
Si no voy a usar el molde pintado, si no lo voy a moldear el mismo día, los voy a dejar a temperatura ambiente, no más de 18 grados, en algún lugar frío donde no tenga luz del sol directa y poca humedad.
Can be wine cooler, cold room, or in a case if you don't have anything except of refrigerator, put it there. Just make sure they are 100% protected from moisture.
Si no tienes un lugar especial donde guardar los moldes, lo puedes dejar dentro del refrigerador, pero el molde tiene que estar dentro de un envase plástico con tapa.
It is very, very important.
Es muy importante para que no entre la humedad. Ahora el molde está listo.
Okay, and our next color will be white. And after applying white, you can apply white here with a airbrush, with a sponge, with a brush, with a finger. We are gonna just do it quickly with a finger.
Ahora el último color es el color blanco y lo pueden aplicar de cualquier forma, con una esponja, con tu dedo, con el aerógrafo, como quieras.
It doesn't have to be perfectly even layer. It also can be chaotic. It will give more depth to our design.
No tiene que ser perfecto. Un color desordenado, funciona.
So here's cocoa butter that has been colored with titanium dioxide and of course has been tempered.
Esta es manteca de cacao que ha sido colorida con dióxido de titanio y obviamente está atemperada.
Red color is not completely crystallized somewhere, but we are just gonna neglect it and go forward with painting.
No todos los colores están atemperados, pero voy a pintar igual.
So like that. Don't put too much. Thin layer is enough. We just need to have white background so our colors will stand out.
No usen mucho color, mucha manteca de cacao. Solo necesitamos una capa fina que sirva de fondo.
Yeah, about the ratios for sparkling dust. Yeah, I forgot to mention it. There is no fixed ratio for sparkling dusts.
Para usar colorante brillante no hay una proporción exacta.
I usually add visually how much sparkling dust I want to have there.
Normalmente yo solo uso lo que yo creo que es suficiente.
I usually use 2 grams for 100 grams of cocoa butter, so much less than the colorant.
Normalmente si uso colorante brillante, uso 2 gramos de colorante brillante con 100 gramos de manteca de cacao.
But you can use, of course, don't use like 50 grams of sparkling dust for 100 grams of cocoa butter.
Pero obviamente no puedes usar 50 gramos de colorante brillante con 100 gramos de manteca de cacao.
Stay within limits with 1 to 10 ratio.
La proporción normalmente es de 1 a 10.
But start with a smaller amount.
Pero siempre empieza con menos cantidad.
You don't need a lot of sparkling powder in your colorants. In your cocoa butter, sorry.
No necesitas mucho colorante brillante en la manteca de cacao.
Because when we are applying cocoa butter colored with sparkling powders, if we apply it like in this way, it will look nice.
Porque si usas colorantes con brillante, de esta forma se ve bien.
But if we are starting to apply it with an airbrush,
pero si usamos un aerógrafo,
I recommend to apply a very thin layer.
Yo recomiendo una capa muy fina.
Because cocoa butter by itself has a yellowish color, as we saw.
Porque la manteca de cacao normalmente tiene un color amarillo.
Because it's fat and it's normal for fat to have a yellowish color.
Porque es grasa y es normal que la grasa tenga un color amarillo.
So when we are adding colorants like red, black, white, powerful colorants, they are covering all the yellowness of cocoa butter.
Por eso cuando usamos colores como el naranjo, amarillo, rojo, cubre lo amarillo de la grasa.
But if we're adding sparkling powders, they never dissolve. They always stay as a small particles being in a cocoa butter.
Pero si usamos colorantes con brillo, nunca se disuelven totalmente. Siempre quedan pequeñas partículas de brillante.
That's why we need to always stir cocoa butter with sparkling powder before using, because sparkling powder simply sinks to the bottom.
Por eso siempre que usamos colorante en polvo brillante tenemos que mezclarlo bien antes de usarlo porque tiende a caer.
So therefore it never covers natural yellowness of a cocoa butter.
Por eso nunca cubre totalmente el color amarillo de la grasa.
And if we are going to apply thick layer with the airbrush, it's gonna create yellowish, like yellowish with some sparkles layer. It won't look nice.
Por eso si usamos el aerógrafo y aplicamos una capa gruesa, se va a ver medio amarillo y no muy bien.
Yeah, so I think chocolate world, they're adding a lot of sparkles in their cocoa butters, and it also makes them extremely thick to work with, which is also not very practical.
Esta marca que estoy usando, Chocolate World, yo creo que ellos usan mucho colorante en brillo, por eso tiende a endurecerse muy rápido.
Okay, our cocoa butter, as you can see, it's starting to crystallize on the edges, but it's still liquid inside. It's 26 degrees right now, and at this point you can still heat it and use it without retempering.
Esta manteca de cacao está a 26 grados y está empezando a endurecer, pero todavía está el líquido al medio, así que todavía se puede derretir y volver a usar.
Okay, we are done with this design as well. We are putting it aside just here on the table. Now we are having a 10-minute break. After that, we are going to start airbrushing. We are going to move a camera, prepare for airbrushing. So it is 12:53 for us. So in 1:03, at 1:03, in 10 minutes from now, we are going to come back.
Vamos a tomar una pausa de 10 minutos. Acá en Copenhague son las 12:53, así que a la 1 p.m. de Copenhague volvemos. Porque vamos a cambiar la cámara de lugar, así que nos tomamos una pausa de 10 minutos.
Okay, see you. Okay, guys, we're back on. Let's continue.
De vuelta, así que comencemos.
We will start airbrushing.
Vamos a pintar con el airbrush, con el aerógrafo.
When we airbrushing, there is a lot of color and cocoa butter going everywhere.
Cuando usa el aerógrafo hay mucha manteca de cacao que va para todas partes.
So it's nice to spray maybe inside the box.
Por eso yo recomiendo usar una caja.
Or it's nice to have some sort of suction unit, like I have a ventilation here. I turn it on, so everything's going to be going out.
O usar un tipo de ventilación como el que tengo yo aquí, donde todo se chupa por dentro.
So sometimes you can buy some small suction units or some larger ones. There are different options.
Ustedes pueden ver qué opciones les queda mejor, grandes o chicas.
Also a nice thing to have when you're airbrushing is a mask.
También necesitan una mascarilla. Yeah, mascarilla.
Speak a bit louder.
Okay.
So it has filters on the sides which prevent you breathing colored cocoa butter.
Este tiene un filtro que previene respirar la manteca de cacao.
So go to some hardware store,
Ve a alguna tienda
and buy some mask with the filters.
y compra una mascarilla con filtro.
It's a good thing to have.
Vale la pena.
So when we start airbrushing, we are connecting airbrush to our compressor.
Cuando empezamos con el aerógrafo tenemos que usar la manguera con el aerógrafo.
Airbrush will be getting cold when we're working with it. So time to time we need to warm it with a heat gun.
El aerógrafo se va a enfriar, así que por eso necesitamos un secador para calentarlo.
Sorry. Just like that, only this part where color is actually in.
Solo esa parte tienen que calentar, donde el color va.
Because with the time, when it's going to be getting cold, your cocoa butter will be crystallizing inside and blocking it.
Porque cuando se enfría y la manteca de cacao se cristaliza, va a bloquear la boquilla.
Yeah, so I use a glass to hold my airbrush.
Uso un vaso para mantener mi aerógrafo.
And we are starting with thin layer of golden colored cocoa butter.
Y vamos a empezar con una capa fina de color dorado.
The thin layer of golden colored cocoa butter will give you nice, very gentle sparkle.
Esta capa fina de manteca de cacao dorada te va a dar una capa muy fina y ligera.
So we are putting a little bit of cocoa butter inside our painting cup.
Así que solo usamos un poquito de manteca de cacao dorada.
And we are letting pressure from compressor to our airbrush.
Y usamos el aire del compresor.
And checking how it works.
Y ahora verificamos cómo funciona.
Okay. Now we are applying a very thin layer on our surface.
Ahora vamos a aplicar una capa muy fina en nuestro molde de grano de cacao.
It's very thin, it's almost invisible.
Es una capa muy fina, muy transluciente.
But I recommend not, with golden color, not to apply more than that.
Pero con el color dorado recomiendo no usar más que esto. Ahora limpiamos la superficie del molde.
Yes, cleaning out the surface. And now we need to clean out our airbrush from previous color to put the next color in.
Ahora tenemos que limpiar nuestro aerógrafo del color antiguo para poner nuestro color nuevo.
I will warm it a bit.
Lo voy a calentar un poco.
And now, with my finger, I'm gonna block nozzle,
Y ahora con mi dedo voy a bloquear.
turn
la
it
boquilla,
upside down and press the trigger.
girarlo y presionar.
It will release color that has been left inside
Va a limpiar cualquier color que esté adentro.
and just clean the cup itself.
Y solo limpiarlo con un...
So when you're working to change colors, this manipulation is enough.
Así que cuando quieren cambiar de color, esto es suficiente.
Next step will be black color that we did together with you today.
El siguiente color es el negro, es el que hice hoy día en la demostración.
And the brush, where is it? Ah, it's here. And I want to apply small splashes, small dots of black colored cocoa butter.
Voy a usar este pincel para aplicar pequeños puntitos negros.
For that, I will need a brush with the long hairs.
Para eso necesito este pincel con pelos largos.
And I'm gonna do a movement like that.
Y lo voy a hacer así con mi dedo.
So we have a little bit of cocoa butter on the very edge.
Un poquito de color negro. Y uso mis dedos para pintar.
And applying dots.
Y así tenemos puntitos negros. Así.
So you can apply more dots, less, whatever feels right to your design.
Ustedes pueden usar más o menos puntitos negros, lo que más les guste a ustedes. Y al final siempre limpiar el molde, la superficie del molde.
Yes, cleaning out the surface. And now we are gonna airbrush some black color.
Y ahora vamos a usar el aerógrafo para el color negro.
I want to have black color only on one side of the mold.
Quiero aplicar color negro solamente en un lado del molde.
So, let's imagine that you are the airbrush.
So, imaginemos que tú eres el aerógrafo.
So if I'm holding a mold like that, facing you, colors that I'm spraying will be covering everything.
Si mantengo el molde como los ves ahora, pareciera que cubre todo.
If you're twisting your mold under angle, colors that you will spray will only cover the side of your mold.
Si lo giras un poco, el color solo va a hacer en un lado del molde, no en todo.
So, I'm holding a mold like that, not like this facing me, but just like that, and spraying a color.
Así que giro el molde a un ángulo, no está directamente frente a mí, sino de lado. Y así queda.
So we covered only one side.
Así que solo cubrimos un lado.
The rest of the color we are discharging back.
El resto del color va de vuelta al envase.
So we need to clean the surface, and alternative way to save up some color will be to take your scraper and scrape your color from the surface.
Vamos a usar el raspador metálico para limpiar la superficie y devolver cualquier tipo de manteca de cacao de vuelta al envase.
And put it back to the container. It's gonna look like that. So we are waiting for our dark layer, black colored cocoa butter layer, to crystallize before we will start applying next layer.
Estamos esperando que la capa negra se cristalice antes de seguir con el siguiente color.
Our next color will be green. It is called light green color. It is super nice and a little bit transparent.
El siguiente color, un color verde, es un color verde claro, es muy lindo, muy claro, transparente.
You can find green color as a darker green or lighter green. We are using lighter green today.
Puede usar verde oscuro o claro, hoy día estamos usando verde claro.
And we will slowly start spraying with the green color. We need to cover all the surface of our mold.
Y ahora con el color verde vamos a aplicar en todo el molde, toda la superficie.
So we are just covering it. It stopped spraying. It means that we need to warm up our airbrush.
Está bloqueado, así que significa que tengo que calentar el aerógrafo.
Do not overdo it or you will risk overheating your cocoa butter inside the cup.
No lo calienten por mucho tiempo porque arriesgan calentar mucho la manteca de cacao.
we can do the same. We can just clean up the surface by scraping green color and putting it back.
Ahora hacemos lo mismo que con el color negro. Usamos el raspador metálico para limpiar la superficie.
We also had a question about what to do with the leftovers of your colored cocoa butter.
Teníamos una pregunta de qué hacer con el resto de la manteca de cacao.
So, for instance, we are done working with the green color and we have half a cup left.
Ahora que terminamos de usar el color verde, tenemos todo esto que
We just close it and keep it until next time.
Lo cerramos y lo dejamos para la próxima vez.
You can keep it at room temperature. You can keep it under 18 degrees Celsius.
Lo tienes que dejar a temperatura ambiente a menos de 18 grados. No más de 18 grados.
Remember that next time when you will be using it, you will have to melt it and temper it again. You will have to do it every single time.
Recuerda que la próxima vez que lo quieras usar, tienes que derretirlo y atemperarlo. Tienes que hacer eso cada vez que quieres usar el color.
Now I'm going to warm up airbrush and we are going to apply white color. For the white color here we are having calcium carbonate.
Ahora voy a calentar el aerógrafo para usar el color blanco. Para este color blanco usé bicarbonato de calcio.
It's clean and we can continue.
Está limpio y ahora seguimos con el color blanco.
Remember here we have cocoa butter colored with calcium carbonate plus white chocolate.
Recuerda que acá tenemos manteca de cacao con bicarbonato de calcio más chocolate blanco.
So we need to cover all the mold and we are starting to spray.
Y ahora tenemos que cubrir todo el molde.
So this calcium carbonate is, even with the white chocolate, it's quite transparent, so you cannot see much that we have applied it.
Al usar bicarbonato de calcio es transparente, así que no se puede ver mucho el color.
I'm gonna add just a little bit more.
Como el color es tan transparente, voy a usar un poco más de color.
But even with such a thin layer, it's gonna do its job.
Pero incluso con una capa tan fina lo vas a ver.
It's gonna help us to create this white background that we need for our green color to stand out.
Esto nos va a ayudar a hacer un fondo blanco para hacer que el color verde se vea.
With the titanium, it's gonna be brighter. With this one, it will be visible but not super bright.
Con el titanio es más claro el color, con este no es tan visible, pero igual funciona.
So that's it, and we'll leave it here on the table until we will start molding it with chocolate.
Ahora lo dejaremos acá en la mesa hasta que estemos listos para moldear.
We are done airbrush and now we are going to move camera back.
Ahora que estamos listos con el aerógrafo, vamos a mover la cámara.
So I wanted to show you this cocoa butter that we have here. So now it has solidified. See, now we cannot warm it back. We will have to melt it and temper it again.
Esta es la manteca de cacao que dejé a temperatura ambiente. Como puedes ver, se solidificó. Así que esta no se puede volver a usar. Tenemos que derretir y atemperar de nuevo.
So it's 23.9. It's more about texture at this point than it is about the temperature.
Está a 23 grados, pero como ven la textura es muy intensa.
And the next thing that we are gonna do, we are gonna temper chocolate.
Ahora vamos a temperar el chocolate.
Yeah. Okay, so for tempering chocolate, typically you will use plastic bowls.
Normalmente para temperar el chocolate necesitan recipientes plásticos.
I have bowls from Chocolate World, but it can be any bowls.
Tengo recipientes de marca Chocolate World, pero pueden usar cualquier marca.
What I would suggest you to pay attention to is that it has kind of flat edges.
Lo que les recomiendo es que tengan un borde plano
So you can clean your scraper on the edges.
para que puedan limpiar.
Also, of course, that it's a food plastic and that it is microwave safe.
Y obviamente que se puede usar en el microondas.
So we are placing, depending what size bowl you want, we are placing chocolate into the bowl and then starting warming up in the microwave in 30-second impulses.
Vamos a poner chocolate dentro del molde y calentarlo en el microondas cada 30 segundos.
So you warm it for 30 seconds, take it out, stir, put it back, another 30 seconds, take it out and stir.
Lo calientas en el microondas por 30 segundos, lo sacas, lo revuelves y repites.
It's very important to use impulses because otherwise your chocolate will start burning and unfortunately the chocolate cannot be saved after that.
Es muy importante que lo hagan cada 30 segundos porque si no el chocolate se quema y no se puede volver a usar.
You have tempering curves in your PDF. So
En su documento PDF tienen una gráfica de curva de temperatura.
every type of chocolate has slightly different melting points. For dark chocolate, you need to warm it to 50-55 degrees Celsius.
Todos los chocolates tienen curvas de temperatura distintas. Por ejemplo, el chocolate negro es de 50-55 grados.
For milk and white chocolate, these temperatures are a bit lower, and you have it all in your PDF.
Para chocolate con leche, chocolate blanco, la temperatura es más baja, pero pueden ver todo sobre las curvas de temperatura en su documento PDF.
So you simply place your chocolate in a microwave and warm it up in the intervals until you will reach desired temperature and all your chocolate is melted.
Lo único que tienen que hacer es derretir su chocolate en el microondas cada 30 segundos hasta que tenga la temperatura adecuada.
So then your chocolate is melted and ready to be tempered. The same applies to cocoa butter. Your chocolate was tempered to begin with. We heat it. Now it's not tempered anymore. We need to form these crystals once again.
Es lo mismo para el chocolate con cera de cacao. Tienen que derretirla para crear los cristales y volver a temperar.
So there are three main ways how to do it. How to temper your chocolate. First, it's a classic method, tempering on the table.
Hay tres distintas técnicas de cómo temperar el chocolate. La primera es la forma más clásica, que es el temperado sobre la mesa, mármol.
Second way, it's tempering by seeding.
La segunda técnica es atemperado por siembra.
And the third way is tempering by adding micrio.
Y la tercera técnica es atemperado con micrio. Micrio es manteca de cacao rallada.
All the methods, our goal is to form those stable crystals, and it can be achieved on the table. It will be achieved by rapidly cooling our chocolate.
La función es calentar, derretir nuestros chocolates rápidamente. Enfriar, cool down this.
Yes, cool down.
Enfriar el chocolate rápidamente.
In a case of seeding method or micrio method, we will be adding crystals that already exist in the chocolate to our melted chocolate.
En el atemperado por siembra o con micrio vamos a agregar cristales del chocolate.
So we will start with my favorite method, tempering on the table.
Así que vamos a comenzar con mi técnica favorita, que es la atemperado sobre la mesa mármol.
I was avoiding tempering on a table for a long time. I was sure that it's so messy, and I was always tempering by seeding.
Yo nunca usaba este método antes porque encontraba que era todo muy desordenado, por eso siempre usaba el atemperado por siembra.
But when I actually tried it, it became my favorite method. I love tempering on the table. It is so easy and you can be always 100% to be sure of your result.
Pero cuando aprendí el atemperado sobre la mesa de mármol, cuando aprendí a hacerlo correctamente, se transformó en mi técnica favorita.
So if you haven't tried it yet, I encourage you to try.
Así que si no han probado, de verdad que lo recomiendo.
Also in your PDF, you have a recommendation for a small stone plate. It can be 40 to 60 centimeter, like a small stone plate that you can use if you don't have a full tabletop.
En el documento PDF tienen recomendaciones de la encimera de mármol que vi, el diámetro que tiene de 40 a 60 centímetros, por si no tienes una encimera grande.
So if you're doing small batches, it will be enough for you. You can buy this plate, for instance, shops that are, or factories that are producing kitchens or furniture. They usually have some leftover of a stone tabletop surfaces, and they will sell it small piece to you for very, very, very cheaply.
Si están haciendo cantidades chicas, yo recomiendo esto, que pueden ir a cualquier tienda que venda estos utensilios, mientras sea una chica.
So this is what I done here.
Esto es lo que hice yo aquí.
Yeah, this one I just went to a store that were producing and selling some furniture and asked for leftover stone tabletop, and I got this one.
Fui a una tienda que vende muebles y pregunté si tenían esta y me dijeron que sí, esta la compré yo y una muy chica.
But doesn't matter which method of tempering you will use, it won't and it should not affect your end result.
Pero no importa qué técnica de temperado uses, no debería afectar el resultado.
So, starting, we need to melt our chocolate first. we can use microwave. I used chocolate melter just to make things faster for us at the class.
Primero tenemos que derretir el chocolate. Pueden usar el microondas. Yo estoy usando esta máquina de chocolate.
So what I do, first I sanitize my table, of course.
Lo primero que hice fue limpiar mi mesa.
I make sure that my table is clean and there is no moisture anywhere.
Mi mesa está completamente limpia y cero humedad.
Little bit of hot chocolate I'm leaving here in the bowl. I'm not pouring it on the table.
Dejo siempre un poco de chocolate derretido.
Now I'm taking my tall scraper
Voy a usar mi raspador grande.
And I'm starting to spread chocolate so it can cool down on the table and gather it back.
Y lo voy moviendo alrededor de la mesa.
When we work with a scraper, we hold it like that. You have 4 fingers here, 1 finger here, and we are always working with one side.
Cuando usamos raspador metálico, siempre son 4 dedos atrás y 1 adelante y trabajamos de esta forma.
It will simply make your work a bit cleaner.
Hace que tu trabajo sea más limpio.
So our task is to cool down our chocolate to 27 degrees Celsius as quickly as it possible.
Lo que tenemos que hacer ahora es enfriar el chocolate a 27 grados lo más rápido posible.
We are using infrared thermometer to control our temperature.
Estoy usando un termómetro infrarrojo para controlar la temperatura a cada paso.
Keep an eye on your chocolate because when it will reach 27 degrees, it will start crystallizing very, very quickly, and it can quickly get too cold, so it will be hard for you to scrape it off the table.
Pon atención en tu chocolate porque se tiende a enfriar rápido y a cristalizar muy rápido y va a ser muy difícil trabajar con él.
So we need to go just 27 or 26.9, so just a little bit below.
Así que la temperatura ideal es 27 o 26.9 grados.
Colder your chocolate gets, more firm it gets.
Mientras más frío esté tu chocolate, es más denso.
So it is almost there. I can see that it's getting very, very firm.
Ahora el chocolate está casi a punto. Puedo ver que está más.
Okay, we are at 26.3 already, so I'm starting to collect it back to the bowl.
Ahora mi chocolate está a 26.3, así que lo voy a poner de vuelta.
To do that, I'm separating chocolate into small batches.
Primero separo el chocolate en porciones chicas.
And with a firm move, scraping it back into the bowl.
Y lo hago de una manera muy rápida y muy firme.
Be prepared that first times probably some chocolate will end up on the floor.
Seguramente la primera vez que lo hagas, el chocolate va a estar en el suelo.
Happened many times here.
Me ha pasado muchas veces.
So nothing bad and dangerous about that. You can always clean it off.
No hay nada peligroso, siempre la puedes limpiar.
It's it's a learning process, and I'm always saying that it's very important to give your chocolate skills a lot of practice. It's the only way to get better in it.
La única forma de diseñar es practicando, así es como aprendí.
So next thing, now when our chocolate, it is already tempered, but since it has now stable crystal structure, it starts to crystallize very, very quickly, and we need to raise the temperature.
Nuestro chocolate ya está temperado, pero se está cristalizando muy rápido, así que necesito calentarlo de nuevo.
The same as we did with cocoa butter.
Al igual como lo hicimos con la manteca de cacao.
So that small amount of chocolate that we left hot in the bowl help us to raise the temperature just a little bit immediately.
Ese poco de chocolate derretido que dejé nos va a ayudar a aumentar la temperatura del chocolate.
So we mix it well, and we are looking at our temperature.
Ahora tenemos que poner atención a la temperatura.
Working temperature for dark chocolate is 31-32 Celsius.
La temperatura de trabajo del chocolate negro es 31 a 32 grados.
Now we can use our heat gun to raise the temperature a bit.
Ahora voy a usar la pistola de calor para aumentar la temperatura.
Important thing, when we are warming up our chocolate with a heat gun, we never stir it and warm it. We just warm up the surface and then stir it.
Cuando usamos la pistola de calor, primero calentamos el chocolate y después revolvemos. No, nunca hacemos los dos al mismo tiempo.
Be careful here if we will raise the temperature above 34 or 34.5 precisely here, then we will have to do tempering over again.
Tengan cuidado de no aumentar la temperatura más de 34.5 grados porque si no vamos a tener que temperar el chocolate de nuevo.
Yeah, chocolate is very demanding.
El chocolate es muy demandante.
Producers like Callebaut, they actually even give you tempering guidelines in their packaging.
En la bolsa de chocolate Callebaut puedes ver las instrucciones de cómo temperar el chocolate.
So if you look at the site, you can see that there you need to melt it to 45-50, they're recommending.
En el paquete dice que tienes que derretirlo a 45,
Cool it down on a table to 27.
enfriarlo a 27.
Working temperatures that you need to warm up to will be 31-32.
La temperatura de trabajo es de 31 a 32 grados.
And here you can see dots and 34.5. It means that after 34.5, your tempering curve has been destroyed. You need to do it over again.
Y lo que está en puntitos, que está a 34 grados, significa que vas a tener que, si pasas esa temperatura, vas a tener que volver a temperar.
So once our chocolate is at the right temperature, we need to test if our tempering was successful. And we need to, while we're working with it, we need to maintain the same working temperature.
Ahora tenemos que verificar que la temperatura sea correcta y mantenerla a esta temperatura.
Easiest way to do it will be to place your bowl. It's what I always was doing. I was using things like that to protect from a coldness of a table.
La forma más sencilla de hacerlo es usando algo como esto para proteger lo frío de la encimera.
So now when it is isolated, I was putting a bowl with the chocolate on top.
Y ahora que está encima de esto, voy a poner el chocolate dentro del bowl.
And just heating up with the heat gun time to time and stirring.
Y calentarlo con la pistola de aire de a poco.
So it is a way how to work with the chocolate and how to maintain its temperature while you're working with it.
De esta forma puedes mantener la temperatura del chocolate mientras trabajas con él.
Of course, if you have like chocolate melting kettle like I have, then it's easier because you just set the temperature and it's maintaining temperature for you.
Si tienes una máquina de chocolate como la que tengo yo, solamente tienes que elegir la temperatura correcta y la mantiene a esa temperatura por ti.
But I got all those things relatively recently, and before I was just doing fine with the plastic bowl and the heat gun. So it is very, very possible.
Pero esta máquina la compré hace muy poco. Por mucho tiempo siempre usé el bowl y la pistola de calor.
Okay, now we're starting to mold our chocolates. Do we have some questions that are relevant to discuss right now? Anything urgent? No?
Somebody asked, how do I get them out of the mold because it keeps getting stuck even when I flip it over and tap on the back.
Okay. This
Can do it,
we're gonna talk about it.
Yeah.
Definitely. I can see that we are gonna talk about it
Someone
more
is asking
detailed.
what's the brand of this.
Malta is chocolate world. I mean, everything I have is chocolate world.
La marca de la máquina para mantener el temperado es Chocolate World. Todo lo que uso es de la marca Chocolate World.
Yeah, I don't have anything else. Okay, so I'm going to show you 3 slightly different methods how to mold your bonbons.
Ahora voy a mostrar 3 distintas técnicas de cómo moldear tu chocolate.
Make sure that your molds are regular, your room temperature, and not super cold before you start molding them.
Tienen que preocuparse que su molde está a temperatura ambiente y no muy frío.
Because if they are like very cold, your chocolate will crystallize inside and you will have a very thick shells.
Porque si tu molde está muy frío, tu chocolate se va a cristalizar adentro y va a ser muy difícil.
Yeah, so 20.8, it's fine.
Así que esta temperatura es la ideal.
Okay, so I'm taking a spoon like that, and I'm starting to pour chocolate in and spreading it a little bit with the help of my large spoon.
Con una cuchara grande estoy rellenando los moldes con el chocolate.
To keep the sides of my mold as clean as possible, I'm always entering from one side.
Tienes que preocuparte de mantener los lados del molde siempre limpios.
And I'm also, when I'm taking my spoon out, I'm also doing it from the same side because there is some chocolate dripping and I don't want it to drip all around the mold. I just want to have it on one side.
Siempre pongo el chocolate desde una forma porque el chocolate siempre gotea. Entonces tiene que estar siempre en el chocolate.
After I filled all the cavities with the chocolate, I need to tap my mold to avoid all the air bubbles that can be trapped inside.
Una vez que mi molde está relleno de chocolate, tengo que hacer golpecitos para cualquier tipo de burbuja que esté dentro.
So I use plastic side of my scraper and tap it on the edges of the mold.
Y uso la parte plástica del raspador para dar golpecitos chicos en el lado del molde.
I didn't make a check of our tempering, sorry. I just did it right now.
Voy a verificar ahora si mi chocolate está temperado. Se me olvidó hacerlo antes.
Yeah, dark chocolate is so easy to work with that I'm even forgetting to check how it's been tempered.
Es súper fácil trabajar con chocolate negro, pero eso se me olvida siempre verificar.
And now we are putting it back into, tapping it back, your chocolate, tapping it out, back into bowl.
Y ahora con golpecitos, el chocolate va de vuelta a la máquina de chocolate.
You keep tapping until chocolate will stop actively dripping out from your mold.
Tienen que golpear, hacer golpecitos chicos hasta que el chocolate deje de gotear.
And now, without turning the mold around, keeping it cavities down, we are scraping excess chocolate from the surface.
Y ahora, sin voltear el molde, limpiamos la superficie usando raspador.
So we are looking for shell thickness of approximately 2 millimeters.
Tiene que ser alrededor de 2 milímetros el grueso del chocolate.
If you are tapping, then cleaned, and now you can see that they are too thick, you can tap again and clean again.
Si ves que está muy grueso el chocolate, puedes hacer golpecitos de nuevo y volver a limpiar.
Until your chocolate has crystallized inside, there is still a chance to tap excess of it out.
Mientras el chocolate no se cristalice por dentro, todavía puedes hacer golpecitos y limpiar el molde.
After, I prefer to leave it like that, standing on the side, right here at my table.
Y yo prefiero dejarlo así, que se seca a temperatura ambiente, aquí en mi mesa.
If you prefer to put it face down,
Si prefieres ponerlo boca abajo,
you will have to either put it on some sort of pillars,
pillars.
like something to stand on, so it's going to be
Pillars.
flow of the air.
Si quieres dejarlo boca abajo, tienes que dejar un pequeño espacio abajo, encima de pilares o algo que le dé espacio.
Yeah. Or like that. So important thing is for your chocolate to crystallize successfully, it need to have a flow of the air from both sides, from here and from here. So do not close it completely. Do not block access of the air to inside of your cavities.
Si lo quieres dejar boca abajo, lo más importante es que siempre haya un flujo de aire. No puedes bloquear totalmente el chocolate. Siempre tiene que haber un flujo de aire.
And it's gonna start crystallizing very quickly. We are gonna just let it do it here on the table, and sometimes, and you probably have seen it, you tap out chocolate from your mold, holding mold horizontally and just doing it directly on the table.
Ahora vas a ver que el chocolate se está cristalizando. Normalmente puedes ver que al poner el molde boca abajo y al dar golpecitos va a caer el chocolate.
I do it under angle and back into our bowl with the chocolate because I can reuse that chocolate. Because if I'm going to discharge it on the table, it's going to crystallize and I cannot use it without tempering again.
Yo prefiero hacer este método dentro del envase de la máquina de chocolate porque así puedo volver a usarlo. Porque si lo hago fuera en la mesa, se cristaliza y tengo que volver a hacer el atemperado de nuevo.
But return it back here to the bowl with the rest of the chocolate, it allows my chocolate not to crystallize immediately, and now I'm just gonna warm it up a little bit and I will be able to mold with it again.
Pero al hacerlo en el método que lo hago yo, puedo volver a calentarlo y a volver a usarlo.
As you can see, our chocolate has crystallized already, so it is now matte.
Ahora el chocolate se cristalizó y como puedes ver está en un color.
After that, you need to give it some cool treatment to expose it to coldness.
Después que el chocolate esté opaco, tienes que enfriarlo.
So after it has become matte while standing on your table, now you need to place it someplace cool.
Una vez que lo hayas dejado en la mesa y el color esté opaco, tienes que ponerlo en un lugar frío.
Can be cold room, wine cooler, or even a regular refrigerator will do.
Puede ser en un lugar frío, una pieza fría o en el refrigerador.
It will help our chocolate to crystallize quickly, and when chocolate and cocoa butter crystallize, it contracts and separates itself from mold.
Eso va a hacer que el chocolate y la manteca de cacao se enfríen rápidamente y va a ser más fácil desmoldarlo.
So I'm just putting it to the fridge like this on the side, and we will give it half an hour or so it will start crystallizing.
Lo acabo de poner en el refrigerador y lo vamos a dejar ahí por unos 30 minutos.
Okay, so our chocolate is ready for work again. Maybe I need to boom. It's 31.5.
El chocolate está listo para volver a usar. Ahora está a una temperatura de 31,5 grados.
So good temperature for dark chocolate is around 32. So 32, 32.5, I think it is excellent temperature to work with the chocolate.
La temperatura ideal para el chocolate negro es de 31,5 a 32 grados.
You can reheat and maintain working with the same chocolate for a long time if you are heating a surface and mixing it time to time.
Puedes calentar el chocolate y volver a usarlo por mucho tiempo, mientras se mantenga revolviendo y calentando.
But if you're gonna leave your chocolate, the same goes for cocoa butter. If you're gonna leave it tempered at the 30-degree temperature for a long time without doing anything with it,
Pero si dejas el chocolate negro a 30 grados, pero sin revolver por mucho tiempo,
then a process will start that is called overcrystallization.
lo que va a pasar es que se va a sobrecristalizar.
Simply too many crystals or too many stable crystals will start to form, and your chocolate, even though it is tempered, it will get very, very thick.
Lo que va a pasar es que los cristales hay muchos cristales estables y entonces tu chocolate va a ser muy espeso.
Way to recover your chocolate if you have overcrystallization is also to gently warm up the surface, melt some stable crystals and mix it again.
Si has sobrecristalizado el chocolate, lo que puedes hacer es calentarlo de a poco y revolver.
But if you keep working with it and actively mixing it, warming it, working with it, then you can work with it for a really long time.
Pero mientras trabajas con él, si uses un secador de pelo o una pistola de calor y lo revuelvas, puedes trabajar con este chocolate por mucho tiempo.
So second way to fill your mold is just directly pouring it from the bowl.
Esta es la segunda técnica de cómo rellenar tus moldes, solamente el chocolate directo al molde.
Filling every single cavity.
Rellenar todo el molde, todas las cavidades.
And also we need to make sure there is no air bubbles.
So, asegúrate de que no haya ninguna burbuja.
We can do it like that.
Hacemos golpecitos.
Or we can do it like this. Okay, and I'm gonna discharge what's not necessary.
Y devolvemos el resto del chocolate a la máquina. Y limpiamos la superficie.
So, for instance, if I want to tap a little bit more, I can do it.
Si encuentro que está la capa muy gruesa, puedo golpear un poquito más.
Can do it, and what's unnecessary in there will drip out. And the same way, we are just leaving it here on the table on the side, waiting for it to start crystallizing. And once it will get matte, we are gonna move it to coolness, like in a fridge.
Al igual que el otro molde, lo voy a dejar a que se cristalice a temperatura ambiente hasta que tenga un color opaco, y ahí es cuando lo muevo y lo pongo en el refrigerador.
And now our last method of molding will be with a pastry bag. I'm preparing chocolate.
La última técnica para moldear, voy a usar una manga pastelera.
So use whatever method feels right to you. It doesn't and it shouldn't affect your end result.
Tú puedes usar cualquier técnica que prefieras, no debería afectar el resultado.
And we need a pastry bag. And we are pouring some chocolate into the pastry bag.
Y ahora usamos la manga pastelera.
And our last mold. This one, of course, everything, all the cocoa butter has crystallized.
Este es nuestro último molde. La manteca de cacao está cristalizada.
And filling in, pouring a little bit of chocolate into every single cavity.
Y ahora relleno el molde.
Tap in the bubbles.
Golpecitos para mover cualquier tipo de burbuja.
And we will clean the surface.
Y ahora limpiamos la superficie.
We have a little bit more chocolate left, so we're gonna tap a bit more.
Este tiene un poco de exceso de chocolate, así que vamos a golpear de nuevo.
See? More is coming out.
Hay más exceso de chocolate.
So we are always aiming for shell that is not too thick, because it's just unpleasant to eat if we have too thick shell.
Lo ideal es una capa delgada, no gruesa, porque si es muy gruesa no es muy rico de comer.
And also not too thin shell, because if it is too thin, then it will be very difficult to work with it and very difficult to tap it out from your molds.
Pero tampoco una capa muy delgada, porque si no va a ser muy difícil trabajar con una capa muy delgada.
Alright, this chocolate we will be able to maintain working with it. No problem.
Este chocolate es fácil de mantener a una temperatura de trabajo.
I'm gonna melt it down again because I want to do seeded method of tempering with you as well. So that's why I will put this chocolate at 50 degrees again. It will melt and we will temper it again by using seeded method.
Voy a temperar este chocolate de nuevo usando la técnica de siembra a 50 grados.
We will need more chocolate for capping our bonbons.
Vamos a necesitar más chocolate para sellar nuestros bombones. Someone's asking for how long can be tempered chocolate hold in a warmer place?
Yeah, I think I tried to answer that already. If you're working with it actively, then for a very long time, I mean hours and hours. If you're gonna put it just on a 30 degrees standby, it's gonna over crystallize. It's gonna over crystallize very quickly. In a matter of half an hour, it's gonna over crystallize. So you will have to gently warm it, mix it, and you will be able to work with it again.
Siempre tienes que verificar que esté calentando el chocolate y mezclándolo para que no se sobre cristalice.
Alright, and now we are starting to do our fillings. We have a couple of fillings.
Ahora viene el relleno.
Our two molds Our chocolate is met now, so we are gonna place it to fridge.
Los dos moldes de chocolate están opacos, así que ahora los voy a poner en el refrigerador.
All right, and we are starting to work on our fillings. All right, so for the first filling today we have caramel.
El primer relleno va a ser caramelo.
We have caramel with cinnamon and almond paste.
Va a ser el ganache de almendras y canela.
Almond paste, it's simply roasted almonds that you grind into paste.
La pasta de almendras es simplemente almendras al horno y después tienen que usar una máquina para hacer la pasta.
It looks like that. So you can grind it with a powerful food processor, or I even did it once with the immersion blender.
Pueden usar una máquina o incluso una batidora de mano.
Thermomix, Robocop will do the job.
La Thermomix funciona muy bien.
And melanger. I'm using melanger. So melanger is like a bowl with stone grinders, and they just grinding and grinding and grinding.
Yo uso una marca Volante, pero pueden usar cualquier procesor que tengan.
So basically, when you process almonds, you chop them repeatedly. They're starting to release nut oil that they have inside, and therefore you're starting to obtain a paste.
Cuando pican las almendras tienen aceite natural, que es lo que ayuda a hacer la pasta de almendras.
So here I have cream.
Acá tengo crema para montar.
I have sorbitol.
Sorbitol.
Sorbitol is a sugar. It's sugar works as a preservative. It is here as well as our fillings to extend shelf life of the filling, so it preserves the food.
Sorbitol es un tipo de azúcar y lo que hace es alargar el tiempo de almacenamiento del relleno para que dure más tiempo.
If you don't have sorbitol, you don't have to add it to this caramel. You can just exclude it and add it when you will have it.
Si no tienes sorbitol, simplemente no lo uses, el caramelo va a funcionar igual.
Also here I added to cream, I added baking soda.
En la crema para montar también agregué bicarbonato de sodio.
We need baking soda to maintain pH level in our caramel. It will be dropping and we need to raise it. That's why we're adding soda.
Yo uso el bicarbonato de sodio en el caramelo para mantener el pH del caramelo.
If you don't have baking soda, I did it without baking soda and it also worked fine. So it's nice if you will add it. If you don't have it, you can skip it.
Si no tienes bicarbonato de sodio, está bien. Puedes hacer el caramelo sin el bicarbonato también.
Here I have a milk that I infused with cinnamon.
Ahora tengo leche que aromaticé con canela.
You can infuse it with anything else.
Puedes aromatizar la leche con cualquier otra cosa.
Or if you don't want to infuse, just skip the step and don't infuse your milk with anything.
Y si no quieres aromatizar la leche, simplemente lo dejas de lado y usas leche normal.
There are two types of infusion, cold and hot infusion.
Hay dos tipos de hacer esto, forma caliente y fría.
Hot infusion is what you have in your recipe.
La forma caliente es la que tienes aquí en tu receta.
Cold infusion is what I did here. So you combine cold liquid with the spice or whatever you're infusing with, cover it and put it into the fridge for 12 hours.
La forma fría es como lo hice aquí con la leche y la canela, que pones la leche fría y la canela y la dejas aromatizar por un par de horas en el refrigerador.
So now I'm gonna strain particles of cinnamon.
Y ahora lo vamos a pasar para que
Even
vamos a hacer la
just,
parte de la canela.
even just the taste of it.
Es solo por el sabor de la canela.
So as you can see in the recipe, in ingredients we need 200 grams of milk, but eventually after straining we need only 145 grams of milk.
En la receta dice que necesitas 200 gramos de leche, pero después de colar solo necesitas 145 gramos.
So if you are skipping infusion part, just use 145 grams of milk.
Así que si no quieres aromatizar tu leche, solamente usa 145 gramos de leche.
Also, you have a recipe in this caramel. Ingredients are for 1 kilo, I think it is, yeah? But weight loss during the cooking process, it is around 20%. So this recipe will make 800 grams of caramel.
En la receta dice que el total es 1 kilo, pero mucho se va a evaporizar en el caramelo, así que normalmente al final vas a tener alrededor de 800 gramos.
I'm cooking 1/3 of the recipe. Of course, 800 grams is quite a lot. So I'm cooking 1/3 of the recipe.
Para esta demostración solamente voy a hacer 1/3 de la receta.
It is, in my opinion, the minimal amount of caramel that you can successfully cook, because smaller amount it will be way too difficult for you to get nice texture.
En mi opinión, este es el mínimo que puedes usar para hacer caramelo, porque si no, no funciona.
So I need to warm up my liquids. I need to warm them up to 75-80 degrees.
Necesito calentar mis líquidos a 75-80 grados.
Meanwhile, I'm starting to caramelize sugar and the glucose.
Y ahora voy a caramelizar el azúcar y la glucosa.
Because we have glucose here, we can easily mix our sugar with a spatula.
Como tenemos glucosa, puedo fácilmente revolver y mezclar el azúcar.
Glucose, it prevents crystallization of sucrose, so we are not risking that our caramel will be stuck all over our spatula.
Con la glucosa nos ayuda a que no se cristalice tan rápido y así no se va a pegar al final de la cacerola.
So we are using high heat, not maximum, but high heat.
Usamos fuego alto, no máximo, pero alto.
So I have induction here and I'm using a 1200.
Estoy usando inducción a 1200.
1200.
1200.
Yeah. So we are caramelizing our sugars. They will start melting and obtaining amber color.
Ahora estamos caramelizando el azúcar hasta que tenga un color ámbar.
You can caramelize sugars to a very, very dark brown color.
Puedes caramelizar el azúcar hasta un color oscuro, muy oscuro ámbar.
But I don't like very dark caramel. I usually caramelize my sugars to a light amber color.
Pero a mí personalmente no me gusta un caramelo muy oscuro, prefiero un caramelo más claro.
Caramel that we are doing today is a soft caramel, so it will be firm enough for us to cap our bonbons, to close it with the chocolate, but it will remain soft when we are eating it.
Hoy día estamos haciendo un caramelo suave que nos sirve para rellenar los bombones y para poder sellarlo, pero a la misma vez va a ser suave al comerlo.
So it's starting to get darker, and once your caramel is starting to obtain darker color, you need to keep eye on it. This process will go very, very fast.
Cuando tu caramelo empieza a oscurecer, tienes que tener mucho cuidado porque se va a calentar muy rápido.
So this is the color that I'm going for.
Este es el color que a mí me gusta.
I don't go darker than that.
A mí no me gusta más oscuro que esto.
Take it off the heat and slowly starting to add my liquids.
Sácalo del fuego y lentamente lo combinas con tu leche caliente.
Mixing it in.
Mézclalo bien.
Be careful, it is a lot of hot steam coming.
Cuidado con el vapor caliente.
It smells nice, doesn't it?
Really
I
good.
finally have someone at my online classes that can smell, because every time when I'm cooking something, I'm standing here. Oh, guys, it smells so good! Finally.
Por fin tengo a alguien aquí en vivo con el que puede oler lo rico del caramelo.
Okay, I'm returning it back to the stove and continue to cook it.
Ahora lo devuelvo al fuego
We need to cook it to 118 degrees.
y hay que cocinarlo a 118 grados.
And we're gonna need thermometer with a probe. Infrared thermometer unfortunately won't work here.
Y vamos a necesitar un termómetro como este porque el infrarrojo no funciona, no sirve para el caramelo.
And we have butter.
Y tenemos mantequilla.
Butter we are adding to our caramel before temperature will be higher than 114 degrees.
Agregamos la mantequilla antes que el caramelo tenga una temperatura de 114 grados.
So now we added butter and we continue cooking on the same, like a high but not a maximum heat. We can stir it and we are waiting for it to reach 118 degrees.
Y ahora cocinamos caramelo a temperatura alta hasta que llegue a los 118 grados.
After that, we are gonna add cocoa butter, just a pure cocoa butter to our caramel.
Después vamos a usar esta manteca de cacao pura.
Cocoa butter will help us to obtain more firmer texture once our caramel is stabilized.
La manteca de cacao pura ayudará a tener una textura más firme en el caramelo.
We are adding a little bit of our almond paste. We are at 118.
Está a 118 grados el caramelo.
And we will, it's still boiling and very hot, has a very nice color.
Un color muy lindo.
Pouring it to a cup or any container that you like using.
Lo transfieres a un container.
And now starting to add cocoa butter, almond paste.
Y ahora vamos a agregar la manteca de cacao pura y la pasta de almendras.
And we are also going to add soy lecithin.
Y también vamos a agregar lecitina de soya.
Soy lecithin is simply an emulgator. It will help us to obtain better texture. So it will help us for our fats and water to be incorporated together inside our caramel.
La lecitina de soya ayuda para que el agua y la grasa se incorporen bien.
So if you don't have it, you can skip it. But when you will have a chance to get it, I will recommend you to get it because it will also, in the long run, it will prevent any kind of fat separation in your caramel.
Si no tienes lecitina de soya está bien, no la uses, pero si tienes acceso a esta deberías comprarla porque yo la recomiendo.
So I use dry soy lecithin. It also can be
Esta es la lecitina de soya en polvo.
Also can be liquid. So
También puede ser líquida.
it is such a small amount, so you can also use liquid if you want.
Necesitas muy poca cantidad, así que también puedes usar líquido si tienes.
So as the next thing, we will process it with immersion blender.
Ahora la vamos a mezclar con la batidora de mano.
Immersion blender will also help us to create nice and smooth emulsion of all the ingredients.
La batidora de mano nos ayuda a emulsionar muy bien los ingredientes.
Even if you haven't added soy lecithin, you still need to process it with immersion blender.
Si no usas la de soya, igual tienes que usar la batidora de mano.
I washed immersion blender. Now I need to make sure that it's dry. There is no water.
Acabo de lavar la batidora de mano, así que me tengo que asegurar que esté completamente seca.
And now we're just gonna quickly process it. Okay, so we have a very nice glossy caramel.
Así el caramelo está listo, muy listo.
Usually a sign of successful emulsion is that your ganache or caramel is becoming very glossy.
Para saber si emulsionaste bien un ganache o un caramelo, tu caramelo o ganache tiene que estar muy, muy liso, brillante.
Okay, important thing that doesn't matter which filling we're using, ganache, caramel, whatever, we can never fill anything to our shells, chocolate shells, that is hotter than 30 degrees.
Lo importante es que si usas o caramelo o ganache, no puede ser más de 30 grados a la hora de rellenar los bombones.
It will simply melt our gentle chocolate shells.
Porque si no va a derretir el chocolate.
So that's why we need to cool down our caramel before we can pipe it to our chocolates.
Por eso tenemos que enfriar el caramelo antes de rellenar los bombones.
You can simply just leave it and let it to cool by itself.
Puedes simplemente dejarlo enfriar a temperatura ambiente.
Or we can make this process a bit faster. And for that we are gonna use a pastry bag.
O si no, la forma más rápida es usando una manga pastelera.
Spread our caramel in a thin layer.
Lo esparces finamente.
And leave it on a cold surface. So once again, coldness of our table will cool down our caramel.
Y mi encimera fría va a ayudar a enfriar el caramelo rápidamente.
I have here stone surface as well, so I'm just leaving it there so it's not in the way.
Lo voy a dejar en mi encimera de mármol fría.
And once our caramel is colder than 30 degrees Celsius, we are going to pipe it to our chocolate shells.
Cuando mi caramelo enfríe a menos de 30 grados, lo vamos a rellenar los bombones.
Our second filling, it's mango and passion fruit.
Nuestro segundo relleno es mango y maracuyá.
Here in a saucepan we have mango puree,
Aquí en la cacerola tengo puré de mango,
passion fruit puree,
puré de maracuyá,
and all the sugars, glucose,
todas las azúcares,
glucose, dextrose, and sorbitol.
glucosa, dextrosa y sorbitol.
We need those sugars to balance the taste and also to extend the shelf life of our fillings.
Usamos distintos tipos de azúcar para el sabor y para que dure más el almacenamiento.
In the recipes that I'm offering you today, shelf life will be 45 to 60 days.
En las recetas que les doy, puede durar hasta 6 days,
45 to 60.
45 to
60 days.
60 days.
Yeah.
Puede durar de 45 a 60 días. 1 month, 2 months.
Yeah, 1.5 to 2 months.
Wow. Entre
Yeah.
un mes y medio, 2 meses.
Yeah. But of course, if it is recipes followed precisely.
Pero solo si siguen los pasos.
Recipe for ganache, you have also a recipe for 1 kilo, which is quite a lot.
En la receta que les doy es 1 kilo.
I always do my recipes for 1 kilo because it's easier for me to calculate it.
Siempre hago una receta de 1 kilo porque es más fácil para mí calcular.
And I believe it's easier for you to calculate how much you need.
Y porque creo que es más fácil para ustedes calcular cuánto necesitan.
For 1 mold, depending on the mold, it's usually 200 to 250 grams of ganache.
Normalmente para un molde necesitas entre 200 a 250 gramos.
So we are doing 200 grams now.
Así que ahora para la demostración voy a usar 200 gramos.
It means that I divided every single ingredient, I divided by 5.
Dividí todos los ingredientes por 5.
And here we go, we have 200 grams.
Y ahora tenemos 200 gramos.
So now we are using hot method of ganache preparation, and we simply have all the liquids with all the sugars. We need to bring them to boil and make sure that all the sugars are dissolved.
Acá vamos a hacer la forma caliente, tenemos el líquido y el azúcar y tenemos que llevar a ebullición.
I use prefabricated fruit purees, like ready-made ones.
Yo compro los purés que ya vienen hechos.
Spoiled. But it's also possible to use homemade fruit purees if you have passion fruit and mangoes growing, or you can buy frozen ones. You simply, in the case of a mango, you simply process fruit pulp with immersion blender or blender.
Si quieres hacer el puré tú mismo, lo puedes hacer fácilmente en tu casa usando una batidora de mano.
Then also strain it to catch all the unnecessary fibers or stones.
Tienes que siempre colarlo para cualquier tipo de fibra o semillas.
Yeah, like seeds. Mm-hmm. And all my fruit purees, they don't have any additional sugars, so you don't have to add any sugars. In the case of passion fruit, it's just a passion fruit juice that I have all the seeds removed from it.
Los purés de frutas que yo uso no tienen azúcar, es solamente el maracuyá puro, sin semillas.
So passion fruit is basically a juice, of course, with a sour taste. So if you want, you can replace it with a lemon juice, with lime juice, with any kind of citrus sour fruits.
Si no quieres usar maracuyá, puedes usar limón, lima, cualquier fruta cítrica.
You can use fresh squeezed juice because we are bringing it to boil before we incorporate it with the chocolate, so we have a pasteurization process.
Puedes usar jugo fresco porque lo llevamos a ebullición y eso ayuda a mantenerlo.
After our liquids has boiled, we are pouring them on top of a chocolate. We have white cacao berry zephyr chocolate here.
Una vez que los líquidos lleven a ebullición, los pongo encima del chocolate blanco, el chocolate blanco zephyr.
Yeah, it is a very, very nice chocolate. It has a very balanced taste. It's not too sweet.
Es un chocolate muy bueno porque no es muy dulce.
And now we are processing it with a immersion blender. to get to the point where all the particles of chocolate are melted and incorporated with our liquids, and we have emulsion.
Tienen que mezclarlo hasta que esté totalmente todo muy bien mezclado.
We have one more component, is butter.
Y ahora la mantequilla.
We can add butter when our ganache is no warmer than 40 degrees.
Agregamos la mantequilla cuando el ganache no está más cuando
Which
tiene
we
una
have
temperatura no más de 40 grados.
40. Which we have 40 right now. On the small amounts, temperatures drop very quickly.
Con una cantidad tan pequeña la temperatura baja rápidamente.
And we process it again. Alright, here is our ganache. Glossy, visually incorporated, so we say that it's ready.
Ahora el ganache está liso, totalmente incorporado. Someone's asking what's the shelf life of the ganache.
45-60 days.
El tiempo de vida útil del ganache es de 45 a 60 días.
If recipe is followed precisely, if you are leaving sorbitol out, then unfortunately I cannot promise you the shelf life anymore. Sorbitol is very important for the shelf life.
El sorbitol es un ingrediente muy importante para almacenar el ganache.
So the same recipe without sorbitol will have only up to 3 weeks of a shelf life.
Si tu ganache no tiene sorbitol, solamente tiene un almacenamiento de vida de 3 semanas.
So if you're going to be changing sugars, procedure, amounts of liquids, then of course I cannot say for sure what the shelf life is going to be.
Si cambia los ingredientes, el azúcar, el sorbitol, no puedo darte una fecha, un día exacto.
There's always a lot of interest in the shelf life of ganaches.
La gente siempre está muy interesada en la vida útil del ganache.
But I still believe that the beauty of artisan chocolate is that you can produce something that people can eat relatively fresh. So it's very different from bonbons that you can buy in a supermarket that can last for years.
Para mí lo lindo de hacer bombones caseros es que se pueden comer frescos, no como los bombones que uno compra en el supermercado, que pasan meses ahí.
So I don't have an objective of obtaining some very, very long shelf life. I think 2 months is, I believe 2 months for artisan chocolate, it's more than enough. And you can always freeze your bonbons if you need to.
So, la vida útil que yo recomiendo del ganache es no más de 2 meses, pero también los puedes congelar, los bombones.
So we need to cool down our ganache in the same way.
Ahora enfriamos el ganache, al igual que el caramelo.
We have cocoa butter in our ganache inside the chocolate. So cocoa butter has to be pre-crystallized, even in a ganache. So we need to cool it down quickly.
En el ganache tenemos manteca de cacao pura, así que tenemos que cristalizarla.
Meanwhile, our caramel has already cooled down, and whenever something chocolate or filling feels warm to your hands, it's definitely not in your working temperature yet. Whenever it starts feeling neutral or cold to your hands, it means that it's definitely reached the right temperature. So I haven't measured it yet, but when I measure, it's already 24.
Cuando tocas el caramelo con tus manos y sientes que está caliente, significa que todavía no está listo para usar. Pero si se siente que está frío en tus manos, es porque está listo. Como el mío ahora, que tiene una temperatura de 24 grados.
Ganache we need to cool down to 28 degrees.
El ganache hay que enfriarlo a 28 grados.
It's already showing 25.7, but I think it's a bit warmer.
El termómetro muestra 25 grados, pero yo creo que está más caliente que eso.
So now we are gonna pipe in our caramel.
Ahora vamos a rellenar con el caramelo.
When we pipe in a filling, of course, first we pay attention that it's not too warm.
Cuando rellenamos el caramelo, preocúpate de que no esté muy caliente.
It's my mail. Second thing, we need to, when we are piping, we need to leave approximately 2 millimeters to the edge of the mold. We need to leave it empty, so without filling.
Al rellenar tienen que fijarse que dejen 2 milímetros de espacio arriba de la superficie.
As we will be capping our bonbons and
Porque al sellar los bombones
we need,
necesitamos espacio.
yeah, we need some space where the future bottoms of our chocolate will be. So caramel is nice to work with because it's self-leveling. So you pipe it out and then it levels itself.
Es muy fácil trabajar con el caramelo porque se pone plano y se levela solo.
And you can always even add a little bit more if you need.
Siempre puedes agregar un poquito más si necesitas.
So after caramel is piped, what is happening next?
Someone's asking for infusions. Do you always use milk or can you use plant-based milk?
You can use anything you can use anything for infusion. Just in this recipe, in caramel particularly, I had milk and cream. So I decided to infuse milk, but I could also infuse cream. If you are doing vegan recipes and you are using plant-based ingredients, then you can infuse your plant-based milk. You can use almond milk. You can use soy milk and infuse it. You can infuse even water. I mean, take a look at rose water. Oh, sorry, I'm just keep talking. I forgot.
Para hacer infusiones aromáticas también pueden usar leches vegetales como leche de almendra, leche de coco, incluso pueden usar hasta agua, como agua con sabor a rosa.
So, so rose water, for instance, it's water infused with the rose petals. So you can infuse anything that you like.
Pueden hacer infusiones de cualquier tipo, agua, leche vegetal, la que quieran.
So what's happening after your caramel is piped? After your caramel is piped, you need to tap out bubbles.
Una vez que hayas rellenado con el caramelo, tienes que hacer golpecitos para las burbujas.
They will surface and they will disappear with time.
Al dar el golpecito, las burbujas van a ir a la superficie y van a desaparecer.
Next, for caramel to stabilize, it needs 8 to 12 hours.
Para que el caramelo se estabilice necesita de 12 horas.
So, before we can cap them, we need to set them aside for 8 to 12 hours.
Antes de sellar los bombones necesitamos dejarlos cristalizar de 8 a 12 horas.
They're the same as we talked about. Under 18 degrees, dry, without direct sunlight. So, wine cooler, cold room or fridge with the isolation.
La temperatura es igual que la manteca de cacao y el chocolate. Tiene que ser un lugar frío, oscuro, sin humedad. y no más de 18 grados.
After 8 to 12 hours, your caramel will crystallize, cocoa butter in a caramel will crystallize, and you will be able to cap your bonbons safely.
Después de 8 a 12 horas, el caramelo se va a cristalizar por la manteca de cacao y ahí es cuando puedes sellar tus bombones.
Of course, today we are not waiting 12 hours, so I'm gonna do things express method, but you need to keep in mind that how feelings gonna look right now, it's not how they're gonna look in 12 hours from now.
Obviamente hoy día yo no voy a esperar 8 a 12 horas, sino que lo voy a hacer todo muy rápido, pero tienen que tener en cuenta que el relleno se va a ver distinto.
In 12 hours from now, all our fillings will be more stable.
En 8 a 12 horas el relleno va a ser mucho más estable.
Stable, firm, they will all get matte and very firm, so we will be able to cap them.
El relleno va a ser firme y estable y opaco. Y va a ser mucho más fácil sellar los bombones.
Meanwhile, I'm piping our ganache with the mango and passion fruit.
Ahora estoy rellenando los bombones con el ganache de mango y maracuyá.
The same goes for ganaches. Once it's prepared and piped, it needs 12 hours to crystallize.
Es lo mismo para el ganache como el caramelo. Una vez que rellenen los bombones, tienen que esperar de 8 a 12 horas para que cristalice.
Why it is important?
¿Por qué es importante?
First, I will tap them a little bit so my ganache will spread more evenly.
Voy a dar golpecitos para que el ganache esté más liso. Okay. Wanted to escape. No. Okay. Ahora está listo.
So why it is important? Because in a 12 hours from now, our cocoa butter inside the ganache will set.
¿Por qué es importante esperar de 8 a 12 horas? Porque en este tiempo la manteca de cacao en el ganache se va a cristalizar.
Cocoa butter, when it's setting, crystallizing, it contracts, it's getting smaller in size.
Cuando la manteca de cacao se cristaliza, se achica. Y esto hace más fácil desmoldar el chocolate.
And this is the reason why we are able to tap out our bonbons, because when cocoa butter and chocolate crystallize, it contracts and releases from the mold.
Por eso es fácil desmoldar el chocolate cuando la manteca de cacao está cristalizada.
The same with ganache. In 12 hours, it's gonna contract and get a little bit smaller.
Es lo mismo con el ganache.
So if we are gonna cap our bonbons right away,
Si sellamos nuestros bombones ahora mismo,
in 12 hours, ganache is gonna crystallize. Anyhow, it's gonna contract and it's gonna drag your bottom with it. So you can have cracks, or you can have just the bottoms that are kind of visually sucked in the middle.
si sellan sus bombones ahora mismo y no esperan 12 horas, el chocolate y la manteca se va a contraer y eso va a hacer que se pueden romper. Y al cortar el chocolate se puede ver que el chocolate está como succionado para adentro. No está totalmente plano.
So as a result, you will have cracks, you will have ganache leaking somewhere, and of course, when your ganache is not stable like we are going to have today, it is also very challenging to cap it nicely, because ganache is just simply way too soft.
Y también puede ser difícil si el ganache no está totalmente estable, es difícil sellar porque es muy líquido.
So it's just it may be annoying, that you need to wait for 12 hours, but honestly, if you will give your chocolates and ganache this time, it will pay you off with a much better results.
Yo recomiendo y vale la pena esperar las 8 a 12 horas si quiere un resultado bueno.
Yeah, so I'm moving to our next filling. Here we have raspberry and licorice. Here we have raspberry puree and cream and sugars.
Ahora en nuestro ganache de frambuesa y regaliz. Aquí en la cacerola tengo puré de frambuesa, regaliz y azúcar.
Sugars, glucose, dextrose, sorbitol, and inverted sugar.
El azúcar es glucosa, dextrosa, sorbitol y azúcar invertido.
Also, we added licorice powder here.
También usé regaliz en polvo.
So, if you don't want it, just omit it or add little bit of vanilla, for instance, or just don't add anything.
Si no quieres regaliz o no encuentras regaliz en polvo, simplemente no lo uses o puedes usar vainilla en polvo.
Yeah, it's we are gonna be mixing it with dark chocolate. We have fleur de cacao chocolate from Cacao Barry, and it tastes very nicely with raspberry.
Someone's asking if you can accelerate the ganache setting in the fridge instead of waiting 12 hours.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna answer that. Bringing it to the boil and pouring it down on the dark chocolate.
Ahora lo llevo a punto de ebullición y lo voy a poner con el chocolate negro.
So about acceleration of ganache crystallization, yes, you can accelerate. We try to pre-crystallize our ganache by cooling it down rapidly on the table. You can also use cocoa butter silk. It's like stabilized cocoa butter, like Micrio, to generate stable crystals.
Para acelerar el proceso del ganache, puedes hacer como lo hice yo, usando la manga pastelera o con manteca de cacao.
So, of course, if you're gonna place your ganaches in the fridge, like I did right now, you're gonna accelerate the process. It's gonna go faster.
Puedes hacerlo como lo hice yo ahora, poner el ganache en el refrigerador para acelerar el proceso.
So, answer is yes.
La respuesta es sí.
But cocoa butter it still needs 12 hours, honestly.
Pero la manteca de cacao necesita las 12 horas.
Yes. So you will be able to cap them, it will be fine, but if you have a possibility to give it 12 hours, do that.
Pero la manteca de cacao necesita las 12 horas, así que yo recomiendo que uses las 12 horas.
It is a safer way.
Es la forma que yo recomiendo.
Even though, for instance, Ramon Marato, he's recommending 4 hours of pre-crystallization for ganache.
El chef Ramón recomienda 4 horas de cristalización para el ganache.
But he's also using a cold method, and we used hot method, so it's a little bit different methods.
Pero él usa un método frío, en cambio yo uso un método caliente que es un poco distinto.
If you're going to be using cold method, then it's possible to make your ganache crystallization a bit faster.
Si usas el método frío, es posible acelerar la cristalización del ganache.
So, cold method is, in a hot method we boil the liquids and pour them on top of a chocolate.
El método caliente es el que hago yo acá. Caliento todo lo líquido y lo pongo encima del chocolate.
In cold method, we mix liquids with sugars and warm it only to 40 degrees.
El método frío es mezclar los líquidos con el azúcar y calentarlo solo hasta 40 grados.
Chocolate we also melt only to 35 degrees.
El chocolate solamente se derrite hasta 35 grados.
And we melt it in the way that it doesn't lose its stable crystal texture.
Y al calentarlo así no pierde sus cristales.
So, and then we mix too. This is cold method. We're just working with much lower temperatures.
Y este es el método frío, que es simplemente trabajar con temperaturas más bajas.
So with these recipes, of course, except of the caramel, you can always use cold method. Downside for the cold method for me personally, that it doesn't provide pasteurization, and hot method does.
Yo prefiero el método caliente porque es el más seguro de comer.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm mixing it. Okay, 40.7, we can already add butter.
40 grados, así que ahora podemos usar la mantequilla.
And that's it. All the sugars that we are using in a recipe are for preserving.
Todas las azúcares que usamos en esta receta es para prolongar la vida del ganache.
They all play an important part in a ganache, and preserving is one of it.
Todo esto lo hago para preservar la vida del ganache, es muy importante.
It looks like a lot of sugars, but since it's not a sucrose, those sugars are much lower on sweetness than the regular sucrose is.
Pareciera que son muchas azúcares, pero como estas azúcares no tienen sucrosa, no son tan dulces.
And the sorbitol is the main sugar responsible for preserving our ganache and extending the shelf life.
Y el sorbitol tiene esto de que es lo que ayuda a preservar la vida del ganache.
Ganaches on dark chocolate, they have the firmest texture, as you can see already. Of course, glossy.
Ganache con chocolate negro tiene una textura más espesa.
And and transferring it to a pastry bag, cooling it down quickly, piping it, and then we are starting. Then we are gonna temper chocolate once again and start capping.
Y ahora usamos el mismo método que anteriormente. Usamos la manga pastelera para enfriar el ganache rápidamente. Después lo dejamos en el refrigerador y vamos a empezar a temperar el chocolate para sellar los bombones.
I see we have some questions that I haven't answered yet. Thank you. I'm gonna address them very quickly. So don't think that I'm neglecting your questions. I will of course get back to you.
Vamos a responder las preguntas en un momento.
Alright, and we need to cool down our ganache a little bit as well. We need to get it down to 28 degrees. And then we are gonna pipe it, and it's the last ganache for today.
Tenemos que enfriar este ganache a 28 grados.
Of course, we are gonna start capping our bonbons right away. So we are gonna also, I want to show you a couple of different methods how to do it.
Vamos a sellar los bombones ahora, así que te voy a mostrar distintas formas de cómo hacerlo.
Yeah, first I wanted for you to pay attention. We have on a page number checklist where we have it. It's page number 7.
En la página número 7.
There is a small checklist that we made for you. It is simply when you're starting to work, go through the checklist and see if everything fits to have a good result.
En la página 7 está la lista de comprobación, así que se tienen que fijar en cada paso antes de hacer el chocolate.
Also below you can find common mistakes list and some suggestions what you can do to solve those problems.
Y también está la solución de problemas, y ahí donde pueden ver los problemas más comunes y sugerencias de cómo arreglar estos problemas.
Okay, so our ganache has cooled down quickly. It is 26 degrees already, which is getting a bit too cold. It's not absolutely no need to cool it down that much.
El ganache se enfría un poco rápidamente, está a 26 grados. No es necesario dejarlo enfriar tanto, 28 es ideal.
28 is enough. Alright, piping our final ganache. Dark chocolate ganache is probably the most challenging to pipe because it has a firm texture and it's a little difficult to spread it evenly.
El ganache de chocolate negro es el más difícil de rellenar y esparcir porque es el más espeso.
So we also need to leave approximately 2 millimeters to the edge, upper edge of bonbon.
Tenemos que dejar aproximadamente 2 milímetros de espacio para poder sellar los bombones después.
But it doesn't want to level itself, so we will have to tap it to help it out to level.
El ganache, como ven, está muy espeso, por eso voy a tener que ayudarlo para que esté más liso.
So we did also 200 grams of ganache in this last recipe, dark chocolate and raspberry, and this is smaller mold, smaller half spheres. We have just a little bit left.
Este ganache de frambuesa es un total de 200 gramos y como ven sirve para un molde e incluso todavía sobra.
No, they're too jumpy. Cannot do it. Downside to this mold that it's so easy to work with. The chocolate has started to jump out.
La desventaja de este molde es que los chocolates ya se están desmoldando.
They're all jumping out. Okay, so there is some, we leveled it out fine, but there is a small trick how to level it a bit more if you cannot level it just by tapping.
Ahora voy a mostrar cómo pueden esparcir el ganache mejor.
You can take any kind of plastic, put it on top and gently with your finger tap whatever has to be inside.
Usa film de plástico y usando tus dedos para esparcir mejor el ganache.
So if you cannot do it by tapping, you can do it like that.
Si no puedo hacer golpecitos como yo, usa este método con el film de plástico.
Once your ganache will start crystallizing, you'll be able to easily peel it off.
Cuando el ganache se empieza a cristalizar, puedes fácilmente remover el film.
Alright, and we are moving to tempering.
Ahora vamos a temperar el chocolate.
I hope you are still fresh, guys. We have we are going to be done very soon.
Vamos a terminar muy luego.
So, we are using a different method. We are using a seeding method, which means
Vamos a usar el atemperado por siempre.
that we have melted chocolate that has a temperature of 50 degrees.
Lo que significa que tenemos chocolate derretido a una temperatura de 55 grados.
It's 52. So we are placing it just on the table, and we will start adding unmelted chocolate.
Y ahora vamos a agregar gotitas semillas de chocolate que no están temperadas.
We remember that all the chocolate that we buy is already tempered.
Recuerda que el chocolate que compramos ya está temperado.
So it has stable crystals in it.
Lo que significa que tiene cristales estables.
And it will start giving the stable crystals to our melted chocolate.
Y lo que significa que va a dar estos cristales estables al chocolate derretido.
So it will both cool down our melted chocolate and share stable crystals and organize all the chocolate with the stable crystals.
Lo que va a hacer que todo el chocolate tenga los cristales estables.
Approximately you add 1/3 of amount you add in tempered chocolate.
Agregas aproximadamente 1/3 del chocolate.
But there is no certain measurements because amount depends on your room temperature, your precise chocolate temperature of your chocolate, and stuff like that.
Pero también depende de la temperatura ambiente, la temperatura de tu chocolate, de tu casa.
But what you need to do, you need to actively mix it to make sure that all the chocolate that you added is melting.
Pero siempre tienes que estar mezclando el chocolate para que todo se derrita.
And you need to make sure that you have some chocolate to melt until you will reach a temperature of 33.5 approximately.
Porque siempre tienes que tener chocolate derretido hasta que esté a una temperatura de 33 grados.
So if you are at 35 degrees and all the chocolate is melted, you cannot just wait for it to cool down by itself. You need to add more because stable crystals are starting to form at 34.5, and you need to keep adding those crystals until you will hit this temperature.
Si todo el chocolate está derretido y está a una temperatura de 34 grados, no tienes que dejar que se enfríe solo, sino que tienes que seguir agregando chocolate para que llegue a esta temperatura de 33 grados.
So that's why I don't like this method, because you cannot ever guess how much exactly to add, and you will always end up with too little or too much.
Por eso personalmente no me gusta este método porque no se sabe precisamente cuántos chocolates necesitas para la temperatura correcta.
Plus it's a lot of stirring to do.
Y hay que revolver con mucho tiempo.
But it's a clean method.
Pero es un método muy limpio.
So I already heat 33.5. I still have some unmelted particles of a chocolate, just a few. So I either keep mixing until they will melt, or I gently start using a hair dryer or heat gun and just melting little by little.
Está a una temperatura de 33,5 y todavía hay un poco de chocolate que no está derretido, así que simplemente tengo que revolver o usar el secador de pelo un poquito para derretirlo.
In case of tempering with Micrio, it's pretty much the same. Difference is that you wait, after you melted your chocolate, you wait for it to cool down by itself to 34 degrees Celsius, and then you add 1% of Micrio and mix it in.
Si usas Micrio, es muy parecido, tienes que dejar que el chocolate se enfríe a 33 grados,
34.
Tienes que dejar que se enfríe a 34 grados y ahí agregas 1% de Micrio en polvo y lo revuelves.
So the same principle, Micrio is 100% stable crystals, so by adding this bunch of really strong, stable crystals, adding it in the right temperature. We are organizing all the rest of the crystals.
Micrio es 100% estable, 100% cristal estable, y por eso al agregarlo al chocolate ayuda al chocolate a la temperatura correcta.
If you're gonna add micrio when your chocolate is at 40 degrees, it won't do anything.
Porque si agregas micrio cuando el chocolate está derretido a 40 grados, no va a funcionar.
Yeah, so I mean, doesn't matter which method you choose, it won't affect end result. End result should be the same. It's just a matter of convenience, what suits better for you.
No importa qué método uses de atemperado, porque debería ser el mismo resultado, simplemente depende qué te acomoda más a ti.
Yeah, so I think we melted and we are going to do a small check.
Ahora vamos a verificar.
And see how quickly it will start to crystallize.
Vamos a ver qué tan rápido se va a cristalizar.
So I'm gonna look under angle and see what is showing me.
Ahora voy a mirar a un ángulo para ver cómo se ve.
I already start seeing small stripes in matte. It means that my crystallization has started, and you can see it should start like this immediately, and it means that my tempering went fine. And I think Maria can see it from her place, but yeah.
Ya puedo ver que mi chocolate tiene un color más opaco, así que ya sé que mi atemperado funcionó bien.
So you see, I scraped it for you. As you can see, it's already matte and stable.
Como puedes ver, está estable y opaco.
It should happen very, very quickly.
Debería pasar esto muy rápido.
All right, and now we're gonna try to cap our bonbons also in 3 slightly different ways. Why I'm saying try, because our feelings are not very stable yet, but we're gonna try to do it.
Voy a probar, voy a intentar sellar los bombones, y digo intentar porque no he esperado las 12 horas, pero vamos a ver cómo sellan los bombones, y te voy a enseñar 3 métodos distintos de cómo sellar los bombones.
We are going to start with the caramel one.
Vamos a empezar con el caramelo.
And I'm gonna use a spoon and I'm gonna use just this scraper.
Voy a usar la cuchara y el raspador metálico.
I'm putting some chocolate here on top of the mold, and with the help of my scraper I'm starting to spread it so it's gonna enter every single cavity.
Con la cuchara y con la ayuda del raspador metálico esparzo el chocolate para que quede en cada una de las cavidades del chocolate.
Also, you might have seen that some chefs are warming their mold, surface of their mold with heat gun before starting to cap their bonbons.
Algunos chefs calientan la superficie del molde antes de empezar a sellar el chocolate.
I don't do that.
Yo no hago eso.
I don't do that for the reason that when you're melting even little bit, even the edges of your bonbons, when you're melting them, you're also melting some chocolate inside it.
Yo no lo hago porque puedes derretir el chocolate.
And you cannot avoid also melting a little bit of cocoa butter that has been applied on the surface.
Y a la misma vez puedes derretir la manteca de cacao.
So in a ready-made bonbon, when you will tap it out, you will see like a small skirt made like a circle from a chocolate in the very bottom of your bonbon, around the bonbon.
Al voltear el chocolate cuando esté listo, vas a ver que va a tener una capa alrededor al fondo del chocolate.
And it's happening because chocolate is being melted with a heat gun.
Y eso
Before
pasa
capping.
porque el chocolate se derrite con
By not doing it, you are having bonbons with a nice and even color all the way down, without any chocolate rings around it.
Y si no lo haces, tienes un color mucho más uniforme.
And I honestly never had a problem with the bottoms falling out because I haven't melted, so they are not properly glued together. It's it's all fine.
Yo personalmente nunca he tenido problema al sellar el chocolate al no calentar la superficie.
I had there is one like artisan producer, some shop in the United States, and they asked me, okay, we have this problem, we have this chocolate ring every single time, and do you know what it's all about? And I already knew why it's happening, so I said to them, don't warm it with a heat gun. I said, okay, but our bonbons will fall, our buttons will fall out. I said, no. So they tried it and they were very happy with it. Yeah, they're not falling out, and our chocolate doesn't have the chocolate ring. So
Una empresa en Estados Unidos me preguntaba eso, que por qué mis bombones se llevan bien, y yo les dije, no tienen que usar, no tienen que calentar la superficie. Y ellos me dijeron, pero ¿cómo? ¿No se me van a caer los bombones? Y yo les dije, no va a pasar. Y una vez que lo probaron, se dieron cuenta que no pasa nada.
So once again, I'm not discouraging you from doing it. I'm just sharing my own experience and way of working.
No estoy diciendo que ustedes no lo hagan, pero yo personalmente no lo hago.
But remember, if you kept your molds in the fridge, before capping them with the chocolate, give them at least 20 minutes at a room temperature, so your mold is not extremely cold, so you'll be able to cap it successfully.
Si dejaste tu molde en el refrigerador, tienes que esperar mínimo 20 minutos antes de sellarlo para que tu molde no esté frío cuando vayas a sellar los bombones.
Okay, I'm pouring a little bit more of chocolate to the pastry bag, and we are gonna do pretty much the same. Cap it the same way, just using a pastry bag.
Ahora, para sellar los bombones voy a usar una manga pastelera.
Just pouring some chocolate on top of every single cavity. It's pretty clean method. Downside to it that you need to transfer chocolate to a piping bag, so it does take some time.
La desventaja de usar la manga pastelera es que tiene que pasarla a la manga pastelera y tener tiempo en eso.
Make sure that your chocolate has reached all the side of the cavities, and just with a scraper, scrape it down.
Asegúrate que el chocolate está en todo el molde y después limpies la superficie con el pasado metálico.
Okay, I have destroyed one of it because ganache is so soft and I scraped it accidentally, so yeah.
Como puede ver, como el ganache está tan suave, no está estable, destruí un.
So those are the things that won't happen when your ganache has been stabilized.
Por eso tienes que esperar 8 a 12 horas para que el ganache esté estable antes de sellar.
Yeah, but you can do it once again. So of course I'm not complaining that my ganache is not stabilized. I think it's even good that those things are happening, so we are able to see, if something happens, what should I do? So you can always add a little bit more of chocolate and cover it one more time.
Pero como esto es una demostración, es bueno que pase porque así pueden ver qué pueden hacer si les pasa a ustedes también.
And the last one, is this one. I'm gonna try to take off our plastic cover.
Ahora es el último. Voy a sacar el film de plástico.
And I want to show you how to cap bonbons using plastic sheet.
Y les quiero mostrar cómo sellar los bombones usando hojas de plástico.
To cover them using a plastic sheet, you either use something that is called guitar sheet. It's made for guitar cutters. It's called like that, guitar.
La hoja de plástico se llama hojas de guitarra. Y son hechas especialmente para trabajar con chocolate.
Just need to make sure, however, chocolate is doing, it's a bit cold.
Está un poco frío.
Okay, 32, it's nice. So back to guitar. With plastic, you can cover a bonbon. So guitar sheet is gonna look like that. It's a piece of food plastic that is not too soft and not too firm.
Una hoja de guitarra es como esta, no es muy firme pero no es muy suave.
So you can use that, just a clear piece of plastic, or you can use transfer sheet.
O puedes usar esta hoja transfer para chocolates.
We will try to use transfer sheet. I did it yesterday, and it seemed like yesterday we were lucky, so we had enough of time, so it actually got stuck to the chocolate, but we will see how lucky we are today.
Hoy día vamos a intentar usar un transfer de chocolate porque ayer lo usé y me funcionó, así que esperemos que hoy día también.
A nice thing about using this plastic technique that you can obtain your bottoms of a chocolate being very glossy.
Lo bueno de usar esta técnica es que el fondo de su chocolate va a ser muy brillante.
With a transfer sheet, of course, you can have any kind of pattern that your transfer sheet has on.
Y con la hoja transfer vas a tener el diseño que tiene la hoja.
So we are gonna try to apply it. So first we apply some chocolate here and a little bit here in the middle.
Primero agregamos chocolate al principio y al medio.
I was afraid to have too little. Transfer sheet has a pattern on one side, and on the other side it doesn't have pattern, it's empty. So we apply it on the side where it has pattern, like pattern down.
La hoja transfer tiene un diseño en un lado pero no el otro, así que fíjate de tener el diseño en el chocolate para que se pegue al chocolate.
Carefully pushing in and starting to push out chocolate, leaving only the chocolate that got entered inside the cavities.
Con mucho cuidado esparce el chocolate y botas todo el exceso.
Yeah. And we're gonna clean a little bit what's left on the sides.
Vamos a limpiar los bordes.
So now transfer sheet is applied. The thing is with the plastic sheet or this transfer sheet, it will separate itself from the mold within some time. So you need to be a little bit patient with it. So it will do its thing when it feels to. We are gonna peel it off a bit sooner.
Cuando usas la hoja transfer o de guitarra, tiende a separarse del chocolate, así que tienes que tener paciencia.
All right. So I quickly put it into the fridge, so it will make things a bit faster.
Lo puse en el refrigerador para acelerar el proceso.
So this is it, what I practically wanted to show you today. Now we are gonna tap out our bonbons, hopefully. Look what we have done today. And then talk about your questions and other things that you want to talk about.
Ahora estamos listos, te enseñé todo lo que te quería enseñar. Ahora vamos a desnudar los chocolates y después vamos a responder tus preguntas.
Okay, let's start with our caramel ones.
Empezamos con el caramelo.
First thing I wanted to show you, since we have a transparent polycarbonate mold, we can see what's happening on the other side. We talked about this crystallization of cocoa butter and chocolate.
Hablamos de la cristalización de la manteca de cacao y chocolate.
So here we can see some of the bonbons, we can see them clearly, but some of them are more faded.
Podemos ver, aquí claramente puedes ver que algunos colores son más fuertes que otros.
It means that those ones that are more faded, cocoa butter has crystallized, contracted and separated itself from the mold.
Como puedes ver, los colores que no son tan fuertes, que son más opacos, quiere decir que la manteca de cacao se cristalizó bien.
When those ones hasn't done it yet.
Y esos que están brillantes no están cristalizados completamente.
They will do, they just need some time. So if you can see that some chocolates are sitting inside, don't bother them, don't force them out, give them time, put them in a cool place and they will do it.
Si ves que eso te pasa a ti, no fuerces sacar el chocolate, simplemente déjalo en un lugar frío y espera que se cristalice.
Twist the mold gently.
Mueve un poquito el panel.
And tap them out. So those that we saw that they have separated, they have stayed in the mold. Of course, I'm gonna tap like crazy now, they are gonna retract and fall out. But there is no point of forcing them out. With the time, they're gonna do it.
No intentes forzar y sacarlos, simplemente déjalos que se enfríen, cristalicen y después los sacas.
That mold is a bit deeper, so it needs a bit more time. And this one is more shallow and looks like here all of them are ready to be tapped out.
Aquí parece que están todos listos, todos se cristalizaron.
Yep. And last one. Oh, our pattern stayed on the bonbons.
El diseño se quedó en el chocolate.
I want to clean the edges.
Ahora voy a limpiar los bordes.
Some chocolate left. We don't need it. Also, the same here. We can see that most of them has separated themselves from a mold. So we will try to.
El chocolate se cristalizó bien.
Tap them out. Tap them out. Okay, now I want to show you them up close. Look at our cuts, and we will be able to start our questions.
Ahora te voy a mostrar los chocolates de cerca. Los voy a cortar y después vamos a responder tus preguntas.
Okay, which one is nice? This one is nice. Yes. So our red and golden.
Este es el rojo y dorado.
Nice thin shell and ganache inside.
Una capa muy delgada y el ganache.
Also, I did one with a more circle mousse. I think this is the one. Yeah. More circle mousse.
Circular.
Yeah.
El transfer.
Ah, yeah, of course. We have transfer here. Of course. Oh, this one is nicer. Yeah, we do have transfer. Thank you. Those ones, green and black ones, remember we did them without titanium dioxide. We used calcium carbonate, so they're not as bright as other ones, but as you can see, it works anyway.
Con este usamos el bicarbonato de calcio, como puedes ver, el blanco no es tan fuerte, pero sí funciona.
Also, no edge of a chocolate on the side, as you can see, what I was talking about.
No.
This chocolate skirt that I was talking about. If you melt it, if you warm it with a heat gun, you will have some chocolate skirt over here, but we don't have it.
No tiene. No pasa nada al no calentar la superficie del molde.
And our filling inside.
El relleno.
And last one is the first one that we did.
Este es el primero que hicimos.
Brown, bronze, and beige.
Marrón, bronce y beige.
There it is. And the caramel inside.
Y el caramelo. El relleno de caramelo.
Yeah, that's it. Now let's do questions.
Ahora vamos a responder tus preguntas. One question is why is the pH important for the chocolate?
pH, we are looking at pH level only in ganaches and caramel. We are trying to stay in the middle of pH levels to make sure that microbiological growth inside our filling is preserved. So it's for shelf life.
El pH del relleno es importante para la vida útil del relleno.
Okay, I will start with the beginning of chat, and I'm going to read some questions that I can, and then we together with Maria are going to read some other questions. Below what temperature do we need to retemper cocoa butter? We already talked about it. For sparkling dust ratio, we talked about it. What do you recommend to use if one wants to fully paint the mold with a gold color? For example, mixing the sparkling dust with yellow-orange in its background.
¿Qué recomiendas usar si uno quiere pintar totalmente el molde de color dorado? Por ejemplo, mezclar el dorado en polvo con amarillo o naranjo.
What I would suggest, actually golden colors is best seen on a dark background.
Yo recomiendo los colores brillantes como dorado es con un fondo oscuro.
So what I would actually suggest is to apply thin layer of golden colored cocoa butter, just like we did today.
Así que recomiendo una capa delgada de manteca de cacao con color dorado.
Then take just sparkling powders. You can find a sparkling powder that it has very, very fine particles. So like this one.
Y puedes usar un colorante en polvo como este que es muy, muy fino.
Then take a sponge or brush and apply just a dry powder on top of this layer of cocoa butter that you applied.
Y puedes usar una esponja o un pincel y aplicar una fina capa de este colorante en polvo encima de la manteca de cacao.
This way you will be able to make a really, really dense layer of sparkling powder.
Así podrás hacer una capa más densa de cacao colorante en polvo.
And then bake it with black color.
Y lo tapas con un fondo negro o oscuro.
On my experience, it is the best way to have a really intense golden color.
En mi experiencia, la mejor forma de tener un color más intenso, brillante.
How do I get them out of the mold? Because it keeps getting stuck even when I flip it over and tap on the back.
¿Cómo lo puedo desmoldar del molde cuando se quedan pegados? Incluso cuando doy golpecitos.
You follow steps that we did today. I can suggest that maybe you have done something differently in the past. So, hoping that you have learned something new today, you can follow the steps that we did today, follow all the guidelines, timelines that I offered, and I'm sure you will be able to tap it like we did today.
Si sigue las instrucciones y los pasos así que mostré hoy día y las recomendaciones en el documento PDF, no deberías tener estos problemas.
If they're stuck in a mold, you can always place them to fridge for 20 minutes or 30 minutes to help them to contract.
Si siguen pegados en el molde, puedes poner el molde en el refrigerador unos 20-30 minutos y probar desmoldar.
Or in some cases, even put it to freezer for 10 minutes.
O el congelador por 10 minutos.
So, it will help.
Va a funcionar.
Yeah. Lola is asking something that you will have to read.
That. What's the brand
okay.
of the chocolate?
Okay. For how long can be tempered chocolate hold in a warmer? Talked about it for very long. What do you mean by cream? I know. Cream, just a regular whipping cream, heavy cream.
¿A qué te refieres con crema? Crema para montar, 38%.
Yeah, dairy cream. So, liquid one. Liquid sorbitol or sorbitol powder. I use sorbitol powder. If you have liquid, use liquid. The same goes for glucose. I use atomized glucose, powder glucose, but you can also use glucose syrup.
Sorbitol líquido o en polvo. Yo uso en polvo, pero cualquiera de los dos funciona. Es lo mismo que la glucosa. Líquida o en polvo, los dos funcionan.
About pH, we already talked about. How much coloring should I use for every 100 grams of cocoa butter? 10 grams of coloring for every 100 grams of cocoa butter.
¿Cuánto colorante puedo usar por 100 gramos de manteca de cacao? 10 gramos.
In our country, we have access to 80% fat butter and 35% fat cream. Will that have an effect on the recipe and the texture?
En mi país solo tenemos mantequilla 80% y crema 35%. ¿Afectará esto en la receta y la textura?
I have recalculated my recipes for 35% cream and for 80% butter, and when I was calculating it, I saw that it actually doesn't make a lot of difference. It's a very, very small difference. So I would say just go for it, and it won't have a big effect on your shelf life or texture.
La verdad que no afectará mucho ni la textura ni la receta. Así que úsala si es la que tienes.
This recipe calls for dextrose, glucose, invert sugar, and sorbitol. Is it for preserving? Yes. I think we already talked about it. Can it be done with dates sugar? Ganaches can be done with different sugars. What I'm giving you today is a standard classic way of composing ganache. It's a standard classic sugars that all the chefs are using. So if you want to start doing it with different sugars like date sugar or something else, then you need to go more deeper into the science of it, understanding how the sugar interacts and affects the ganache.
¿Se puede usar azúcar de dátiles? Yo en este seminario uso azúcar que usan todos los chefs, es un nivel más estándar, pero si quieres usar distintos tipos de azúcar, puedes experimentar.
Earlier you mentioned adding cocoa butter for adjusting fluidity of a chocolate. Is using Micrio at 1% the ratio we should use, similar to the tempering?
Mencionaste que al usar manteca de cacao rallada es para ajustar la fluidez del chocolate. Usando micrio, el 1% de micrio ¿Es similar a temperar?
I don't quite understand the question, unfortunately. It's, adding 1% of Micrio will increase the fluidity of your chocolate, but not dramatically. You probably won't be even able to feel it.
No entiendo en verdad la pregunta, pero en la página 6 del documento PDF dice atemperado con micrio. Ahí pueden leer cómo se hace.
If you're going to add additional cocoa butter to your chocolate to increase the fluidity, and if you're going to do it for tempering purposes, in a seeding method it can work, but not the same as Micrio, because Micrio is stabilized 100% Form 5 cocoa butter. Regular cocoa butter isn't the same.
Es muy distinto usar manteca de cacao pura a micrio, porque micrio es 100% estable y va a dar otra textura.
Are wine chillers humid too? I've never used one. Well, they have much lower humidity than the fridge.
Si quieren usar un lugar frío donde van los vinos, es mucho más low humidity.
Yeah.
Mucho menos humedad.
Mm-hmm. So they are lower in humidity than your fridge to begin with. And there's then a lot of people are just put in a small bowl with rice or soda to collect all the humidity that can be in your wine cooler.
Hay gente que usa un bol con arroz para mantener la humedad ahí, para que capture la humedad.
Mm-hmm. Also wine coolers, I mean, if your fridge usually has a temperature around 5 degrees Celsius, then wine cooler can be set to 12 or 14 or 16 degrees Celsius. So it has, it's cold enough for your chocolate, but it's not extremely cold.
Es lo suficientemente frío para tu chocolate, pero no totalmente.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay, questions in Q&A. How do I get them out of the mold because it keeps getting stuck? Yes, we already talked about it. Then question from Ricardo. I don't know if we talked about it or not.
Yeah, we already answered the question.
Is the melting kettle only used for melting the chocolate and maintaining fluidity, not maintaining tempering?
Usar la máquina de chocolate es solamente para derretir el chocolate y la fluidez y no mantener la temperatura, la temperada.
It does maintain fluidity, but by maintaining temperature and therefore tempering. So only thing that chocolate melter does, it gives you temperature that you set it to give.
Al mantener la fluidez, mantiene la temperatura y el temperado correcto. Eso es lo que hace la máquina de chocolate.
So you set it for 50, it melts your chocolate. You set it for 30, it keeps chocolate steady and tempered.
Si eliges 30 grados, va a mantener el chocolate a esa fluidez y a esa temperatura.
Our next.
Yeah, she's asking, I've seen that another filling for Bonbons is praline, gianduja, or ganache. What's the difference between all three?
Praline is just nut paste mixed together with caramelized sugar.
Praline es simplemente una pasta de nueces, de cualquier tipo de nueces, y mezclado con azúcar caramelizada.
Gianduja, it's a praline with added chocolate.
Gianduja es praline con chocolate.
So difference between those two and ganaches is that praline and gianduja, it is fat-based fillings with extremely high shelf life.
O sea, la diferencia entre praline y gianduja y el ganache es que praline y gianduja es a base de grasa porque tiene las nueces y tiene una vida hábil muy muy larga.
When ganache is water-based filling with a limited shelf life.
Pero el ganache es a base de agua y tiene una vida hábil muy corta.
Yeah, so this is the main difference between those.
Esa es la diferencia.
Yeah, next.
How long approximately is it once you seal the bonbons until you can unmold them?
Approximately half an hour I will give it. So when you see that you seal them and you see it's getting matte and stable, then you can unmold it.
Pueden desmoldar los bombones una vez que lo hayan sellado alrededor de 30 minutos. Después que lo hayan sellado. Yeah, shelf life of bonbons.
Yeah, 45-60 days.
45 a 60 días de almacenaje de bombones. Someone's asking, where do you know, where can I buy those small sponges?
Any paint shop, like shop where they sell canvases and paints for artists, or hobby stores, you go and you will find those sponges, 100%.
¿Dónde comprar las esponjitas? En cualquier lugar donde vendan pinturas para pintar canvas, normalmente ahí las venden.
Also in chat, I think Ricardo is asking new questions. I don't. It is the same in English and Spanish.
Yeah, it's the same one. Yeah.
Okay. So, what's the secret to the brightness of a bonbon? Is it a good tempering in the cocoa butter or polishing the molds?
La pregunta es de Ricardo, ¿cuál es el secreto para el brillo de los bombones? ¿Es un buen emperado en la manteca de cacao o el pulido de los moldes?
It is all of it.
Son las dos.
Treating your molds, those like we talked about it today, so they're clean and as I said, you don't have to polish them. It has nothing to do with the shine. You just need to have them clean.
Tienes que asegurarte que tus moldes estén limpios. No necesitas pulirlos, simplemente que estén limpios y libres de grasa.
Second is of course tempering of your cocoa butter.
Y obviamente temperar la manteca de cacao correctamente.
Third is all that we talked about, your temperatures, your timing. If your cocoa butter is perfectly tempered, your molds are perfectly clean, but your room is 26, then unfortunately it will take just too long for cocoa butter to set and it won't be that shiny.
Todo importa porque si temperas bien la manteca de cacao y tus moldes están limpios, pero si la temperatura ambiente es muy alta, no va a funcionar.
I mean, we haven't done anything special today. I mean, everything was done in front of you and where it is.
Hoy día no hicimos nada especial, fue todo lo que hicimos delante de la cámara y como ves, todo funcionó bien.
And we have shine.
Como ves, están brillando.
So it's just being precise with what you are doing, having the right knowledge, which I tried to share with you today, and being going by the checklist, basically.
Tienen que leer bien el PDF que les mandé y asegurarse que hagan todo correctamente.
Thank you both for your effort. This class is very well explained. Thank you for giving us feedback. We are happy to hear it. Okay, more questions. How to store bonbons for later use when selling? Any specific way you recommend and temperature for long storage?
¿Cómo almacenar los bombones para usar a largo plazo por si los quieres vender?
Lower your temperature is, longer you can store them.
Mientras más frío esté la temperatura ambiente, más tiempo van a durar.
So typically bonbons are stored at 12 to 14 degrees Celsius.
Normalmente los bombones se almacenan entre 12 a 14 grados.
Important thing is the low humidity. It's what we talked about. If there is a humidity, your bonbons are gonna suck it in and they will be damaged.
Lo más importante es la humedad, que haya poca humedad.
No direct sunlight.
No luz directa del sol.
It will also melt them down and damage them. So,
porque puede derretir tu chocolate.
wine cooler is a nice option, or just a cold room.
Una pieza fría es la mejor opción.
As an option, you can use a plastic containers like this one, is what I use. Put your bonbons inside.
También puedes usar un vaso plástico como este y poner tus bombones adentro.
Remember that if you will place them in a couple of layers, bottom layer will be scratched.
Recuerda que si pones muchas capas, la capa de abajo se va a rayar.
Then you have a very isolated tight lid. You put it, you close it tightly, and like that you can even put it in one more plastic bag isolated, and like that you can even keep it in a refrigerator.
Y así con una tapa, y ojalá esté dentro de otro envase plástico y lo puedes mantener en el refrigerador.
So my overall guidance for storing your bonbons, and it's what I'm using, it's to get lower temperature as your appliances allow you to.
Mi recomendación es un lugar muy frío
Isolate your bonbons
y guardarlos en un envase plástico.
and be precise when you're cooking.
Y poner mucha atención mientras cocina la ganache, el caramelo.
If I did bonbons and I'm keeping them here on the table for 2 days, then I cannot expect my shelf life to be 2 months anymore.
Si solamente dejo mis bombones a aire libre, no puedo esperar que me duren 2 meses.
If I did everything right, I allowed my ganache to crystallize for 12 hours and I kept it, and then I immediately after I took them out to transfer them to storage, whatever you have, room, fridge, container, then I can expect it to last longer. So you overall you need to be responsible.
Si sigues todos los pasos correctamente, van a durar el tiempo que tienen que durar, 2 meses o más.
And remember, if you need to preserve your bonbons for a long time, you can always put them in the freezer.
Si necesitas mantener tus bombones por mucho tiempo, siempre los puedes poner en el congelador.
They will not even lose their shine when they're been in the freezer.
Ni siquiera van a perder lo brillante.
And how to clean brushes and sponges.
Cómo limpiar los pinceles y la esponja.
Very simple. I usually take warm water. I suck them in warm water. You need to be quick with the sponges because glue will be also damaged by water and it will fall off a stick.
Simplemente las tienes que limpiar con agua, pero tienes que hacerlo muy rápido porque si no puede dañar el pegamento.
Then I apply just a regular detergent like dishwasher soap. Clean it with the soap, so rinse it with the water, get rid of excess water and leave it to dry.
Y después simplemente usas un detergente normal, lo enjuagas y dejas que se seque a aire libre.
Yeah. I think we are answered all the questions now.
Someone's asking if you know of any natural food colorings, any you can recommend.
I have a natural series from IBC. It's a Calibo brand. They are called Color Cuisine in Instagram. They have power flowers. They have natural ones. I think they're called Azo free. I have them. They're pretty nice. Work very good. I know that Roxy and Rich, Canadian brand, are having more and more natural colors, and I haven't tried their natural colors yet, but they seem to be very nice. Chef Rubber in United States, they also have a range of natural colors. Those are the ones that I know of. Also, natural colors can be matcha powder. Oh, sorry, I keep talking without translation.
No, it's fine. I actually wrote to her the names.
Okay.
And they're written.
Okay.
Acabo de escribir la marca que recomienda para los colorantes naturales.
Yeah, also you can color your cocoa butter with a matcha powder, with a freeze-dried raspberry.
También pueden usar matcha, té molido matcha en polvo, un colorante natural o frambuesa deshidratada.
Yeah. Do you recommend powder colors or chef rubber to start with?
Chef Rubber? Is that a brand?
Chef Rubber is just a brand. They have powdered and pre-colored ones. Honestly, you can use any. I mean, get a bottle of pre-colored cocoa butter and get some pre-colored ones, okay? Get a bottle of pre-colored, get one little package of powder color and color yourself and compare it what you like more.
¿Recomiendas colores en polvo o la marca Chef Rubber? Cualquiera de las dos sirve. Tú puedes elegir cuál te sirve más a ti.
There are upsides and downsides to both of it. With the colors that you do yourself, upside will be that you're gonna save a lot of money because pre-colored cocoa butters are really expensive. So yeah.
Los colorantes que ya están teñidos previamente son mucho más caros, por eso yo recomiendo teñirlo tú mismo con manteca de cacao pura.
Yeah. So I think that's it. Yeah. Yeah, we're almost at 5 hours now. So thank you very much, guys, for staying with us for all those 5 hours. Oh no, we have one more question. Can I reheat a chocolate, or am I supposed to keep it to consistent state of heat?
¿Puedo recalentar el chocolate o tengo que siempre mantenerlo a la misma temperatura?
Well, if you're working with the chocolate currently, you need to keep it at a constant state of heat, maintain a temperature.
Si estás trabajando con este chocolate, necesitas mantenerlo siempre a la misma temperatura.
If you're done working like we are right now, then let it crystallize. While I'm working, yes, of course, you won't be able to work with it unless you maintain a temperature. It just won't be possible.
Tienes que mantener la temperatura porque si no, no puedes trabajar con el chocolate.
Yeah. Bye bye, Lana. Bye bye, Agustina. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Maria. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for spending those 5 hours of this Sunday morning with us. It was amazing to have you. Can you say it?
Yeah. Muchas gracias, María, por haber estado con nosotros estas 5 horas.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much. Thank you for information. I enjoyed the class. Thank you, Amber. It's nice. Thank you for joining, and thank you, Maria, for helping us today. I hope it's not it's our first and hopefully not the last Spanish class. So yeah.
Esta es nuestra primera clase en español, así que si tienen algo que decir, feedback o algo, pueden escribir siempre.
Yeah, I'm gonna do Max Shine class in Spanish, 100%. It was first test that we did today, so I think it went very well. And our timing is nice. Our glasses are falling, and it didn't even break.
El vaso se cayó, pero no se quebró.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your kind feedback. And we are gonna do other classes in Spanish, definitely, and Max Shine too. Yes, thank you so much, and I'm letting you go. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and
Gracias, muchas gracias por estar con nosotros este domingo.
Yes, bye.
Chao.